I've never had such a cool intro. Hello, welcome
great.
everyone to the stream here. Yeah.
We just leave that running.
This is our
okay.
Yeah. Let's keep it going all day. No, I would say welcome everyone to JetBrains NET Days Online 2024. It's our 5th edition, I believe, which is quite cool. We will be having speakers from all over the world. And I'm kind of curious, where are you joining from? And if this is indeed year 5, which I think it is, who has attended all 5 years? That would be lovely to see if we have dedicated fans who have been here every single year so far. I'm not going to keep too much time of our first speaker that we have here on stream. So let's go through a couple of practical things maybe for those who are joining. We have the agenda for both today and tomorrow on our website. So if you're curious to see who will be speaking, what topics we are going to cover and so on, head over and have a look at the agenda there. I would also highly encourage you to register for the event because we will be sending out a survey after the event and we will be raffling some licenses there, which is always nice if you want to use the JetBrains products for a while on our costs. Some more housekeeping, Matt.
Yeah, if there's any questions at all during the sessions, just pop them in the chat. We'll do our best to answer them if they're simple. If not, we'll just round them up and we'll ask our speakers at the end of the sessions. So please throw us in lots of questions. We'd love to make it interactive, love to hear from you, and we'll try and get through them as we can during the sessions. And the other thing as well is that, of course, we're being recorded. We're live streaming. The stream itself will stay up on YouTube for a while. But another reason you might want to register is that we will, of course, be making the recordings of each individual talk available separately as well. So if you register, we can let you know about those and when they're available. And the only other thing to say is like and subscribe. There's loads of great content on JetBrains TV. There's loads of external speakers. We get loads of live streams. We get loads of people in to talk about things. There's lots of useful product demos and hints and tips and useful things you can get from the videos there as well. So please like and subscribe. You can find out what's coming next and see various content about different IDEs, different features, different things from around the ecosystem as well. It's a great channel.
Yeah, absolutely. One really cool thing is, while this is our 5th edition of JetBrains NET Days Online, we also celebrated another birthday this year, which our first speaker is going to present about, and that's the 20th birthday of ReSharper. Matt, when did you start using ReSharper?
It wasn't right back at the beginning, but it was in the ReSharper 4 days, so I've been with it for quite a while now. I wish I could remember what year that was, but I think I'm too old for that now as well. What about you?
I'm not sure. I think it might have been ReSharper 4, but it also might have been ReSharper 7. So somewhere in between, but I'm too old to remember by now. But let's maybe ask the question to our first speaker, and let's bring on Andrei on stage to talk about this. Andrei, welcome.
Hi.
Hi, Andrei.
Good to have you here. What was your first version of ReSharper?
Yeah, I think mine was ReSharper 7. Yeah. It was, I think it was around 2011, 2012, if I recall correctly. Yeah.
I'm taking off 3 years to try and figure out when I first started using it then. Cool. And you liked it so much, you joined the company.
Oh, yeah. So I joined the company in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been already here for 8 years. Wow. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Sweet. All right. We'll not keep the audience longer in suspense and give you the stage because I know you have a lot of ground to cover. So let's bring up your screen, remove ourselves, and good luck, and people enjoy.
Okay. Hello, everyone. And my today's talk is called Not Your Father's ReSharper. So we've got a lot to cover. So without further ado, let's start. So in case you missed it, ReSharper just turned 20 years. And our web team has put together an amazing timeline, which you can check out by following the link on the slide. If you haven't already, I highly recommend visiting it. But instead of repeating the timeline, I want to present ReSharper from a couple different perspectives. Starting with the product perspective. It may come as a surprise, but from the very beginning, not one but two projects were initiated: a Visual Studio extension and a .NET IDE. Although I couldn't find screenshots of ReSharper v1, the image on this slide shows a later version from 2005. Even then, ReSharper was remarkably capable, featuring navigation, code completion, live templates, code highlighting, and of course, rename refactoring. And it was quite an improvement of the default Visual Studio experience. As for the full-fledged standalone ReSharper IDE, plans to release it were shelved, I'd say, but the developed shell was later reused for other products. And let me show you something. So, yeah, here is ReSharper IDE. Yeah, so that's what preceded Fraiteur. So you can see that I have some basic code highlighting. I have code completion. Yeah, I have. I can even. I can rename stuff. Let's rename to Great Britain. Right. Of course, I can find usages. And if I go here, where is it? Tools, options. So you can see that we had, even back then, lots of different formatting, code style options. We had some options for Visual Basic as well. And yeah, we only had that much code inspections. Yeah. Also, we had unit tests, which is also very important. Yeah, but let me jump back to the presentation. Okay. So fast forward to today. ReSharper is the most popular extension for Visual Studio. Over the years, it has transformed how developers explore, write, improve, and maintain their code. In fact, it has inspired other developer tools and IDEs, including Visual Studio itself, to improve. At conferences, I like to ask people why they choose ReSharper over vanilla Visual Studio. In summary, ReSharper offers unmatched experience. It's not just about the number of features. It's the feeling of always being supported with relevant suggestions, helpful code fixes, and powerful refactorings. The other camp, those who prefer Visual Studio alone, usually they mention performance issues with ReSharper. And I personally remember some lags when working with Visual Studio 2015. However, since then, both Visual Studio and ReSharper have made significant performance improvements. And most importantly, Visual Studio 2022 is now a 64-bit application. For years, we were sharing the same 32-bit memory space, which led to many out-of-memory exceptions and frequent garbage collection pauses. Now, that's no longer an issue. And I've experienced exactly 0 crashes due to running out of memory. If you stopped using ReSharper because of performance concerns, I think now would be a great time to give it another try. And continuing the topic of performance, I can't resist telling you about async typing, which was released in 2024.2. So this feature is part of our ongoing effort to run ReSharper out of process, though it doesn't involve a separate process just yet. Instead, it uploads some typing-related operations, typing handling, from the UI thread to a background thread with subsequent merging of changes from different threads in a consistent way. While this may sound easy, it's actually an incredibly complex task. And kudos to Alexander Ulitin, who pulled it off. As you can see on this slide, he even built a device to measure typing latency. How cool. The plots on this slide show that the last version delivers faster and more consistent typing responses. The large spike at 15-20 milliseconds, the last release indicates that users will most frequently experience very low latencies. And there's more. In fact, every release includes a bunch of performance improvements. Nikita Popov and Ilya Usov made important changes to the component container, improving startup performance. Alexander Shvedov implemented a high resource utilization mode for solution-wide analysis, which significantly reduces the time needed for initial processing. Andrei Zeitler sped up the move to another type refactoring and also fixed incrementality of code analysis engine on large files. And as for me, I've been working on making find usages, rename refactoring, and most recently, just a couple of weeks ago, code cleanup run faster. I can't emphasize enough how important it is for us to improve performance. And it really warms our hearts when we read your comments on fixed issue tickets. Of course, there's still a lot of work ahead, but we are committed to continuing this effort. Now, let me do the quick ReSharper demo. So let me switch to Visual Studio. So QA told me that they found some wrong behavior of this code cleanup feature. And I decided to investigate it and ultimately pinpointed to this method. So what we see here, so I open this file and I immediately see this to-do comment. But what you can also see that ReSharper is very helpful in not only code highlighting, but it also highlights the grammar error, and not just highlights, but it gives me the fix as well. Yeah, so generated files should be excluded. So let's try to implement it. So I go to source file, properties, generated file, and I use this postfix template not and if, and I'd like to exclude it from this files list. ReSharper highlights the remove method. And what's going on? Yeah, so it tells me that system invalid operation exception is possible because the collection was modified. So how is that? So I'm modifying collection while iterating over it. Yeah, so that's the problem. So what I would do instead, so I would create another collection, and to use postfix template again, I will call it filtered files. And so what I would do is, so I'm using this structural navigation feature to replace parts that I need. I'm going to replace remove with add. And you can see that filtered files collection is updated but not used. Yeah, because I need to update the usage as well. Yeah. So let's take a look what's going on below and down here. So here I have this input and output. So input is my filtered files, and output is tuple of source file and hash set of type. And then I define some scope of work, create a test barrier, and then spin up many threads, which basically take files from this input, then run code analysis, and then select from highlighting they found their types. Okay. But we can see here that ReSharper highlights this task barrier variable. And if I hover it, it tells me that local variable task barrier is never disposed. Well, why it should be disposed? Let's pick the declaration. And you can see here that this create barrier method is marked with this must dispose resource annotation, which was introduced quite recently in ReSharper annotations. And actually, even the XML documentation for this method tells that I should use this method with using construct. And of course, ReSharper is helpful, and I can convert it either to using declaration or to using statement. Okay. But now, I'd like to select this part and extract it to a separate local function. And you can see that we have updated our UI for this refactoring. And now I can easily choose the scope, the location for the local function. Yeah, and I think I prefer it to be in the end. And what's more, ReSharper leverages AI capabilities, and ReSharper AI suggests me names for this extracted method, which is also cool. So let's name it process highlighting in file. All right. Yeah, of course, we can convert it to replace it with method group. Yeah, but let's get back to our presentation. But ReSharper today isn't just a Visual Studio extension. It powers a range of JetBrains products as well. Fraiteur is built on the foundation of ReSharper and IntelliJ platform. So it combines smartness of ReSharper with the incredibly rich and robust IntelliJ platform. And it results in the most powerful experience in a cross-platform IDE. ReSharper C++ in its turn powers CLine Nova, the C++ language engine for the CLine IDE. And switching to this new engine has improved the IDE's performance and accuracy of features, so that recently it has become the default engine. Next is Codana. For a long time, if you wanted to run ReSharper's code analysis outside of an IDE on your CI/CD, your only option was to use the inspect code tool from ReSharper command line tools. But now with Kodana, you can easily integrate with any CI/CD tool. You can generate comprehensive reports. You can analyze code coverage. You can detect vulnerabilities and run third-party license checks. And Kodana can even automatically apply fixes for found problems. Sounds really cool. And finally, ReSharper is the code engine behind C# support in Fleet, which is currently in public preview. In case you missed it, Fleet is a modern code editor, but with the twist that you can turn it into a more like IDE. And it's modern, and it includes AI assistant, and it has been developed with collaborative experiences right from the first day. And I have to say that throughout the development of all the products that I have mentioned, our .NET tools have been absolutely essential. They play a critical role in optimizing performance. They help us identify bottlenecks, eliminate memory leaks, and ensure quality. I actually can't imagine working without them. I recently came up with this analogy that these tools are analogy with health and performance of humans. So in order to stay healthy and perform at the netlet, you should actually do some lifestyle interventions. You don't need, you don't want to wait for symptoms to arise. No, you want to prevent it, because when symptoms arise, it can be too late to fix your health. And what you should do, ideally, you should do regular checkups. So, and with program development, you should do your checkups with profilers. They should be absolutely critical part of your development. Now let me switch to Fraiteur, because I want to show you something. So here I have this little sample code, yeah, and ReSharper is connected to this database, yeah, and we have this amazing database experience. I can explore data tables, yeah, and if I scroll down, yeah, I even have this SQL syntax highlighting inside of my C# strings, which is also cool. And we have it because IntelliJ platform speaks many languages. And I can actually have this language injection for every possible language because IntelliJ platform supports also many languages, right? And I can have all these languages inside my C# strings. But today I actually wanted to show you something else. So let me run this up. Yeah, so waiting. And you can see that I have this integrated profiling tools right inside of the writer. So I have this CPU and memory view, and my application is running. Let's wait until it ends. Okay, executes. Okay, done. Yeah, and what we see here, so we see here that actually while running our app, we had dynamic program analysis running as well. And I can, yeah, and it highlights some problems. And it actually found some database issues and memory issues. So I can navigate here, and it tells me that, yeah, this command executed 5 times, and total execution time was 3 seconds. Also, I had this method which opened many database connections. And here as well, I have these SQL connection leak because I didn't specify this close connection flag. Yeah. What else? Yeah, I can see the actual SQL queries that resulted in this long or time-consuming or memory-consuming work. And yeah, and I think it's really helpful, and you don't need to actually run your profiler separately, and it's just part of your work. And continue this analogy that I made. So DPA, dynamic program analysis, is like a continuous glucose monitor. So you don't have to go to some institution and have your blood tests done. You just have it running constantly. So now let me get back to the presentation. So now I would like to shift the focus and talk about ReSharper evolution from developer's perspective. And as a developer, of course, I'm interested in code. And I have a little question for you. So how much do you think our code base has grown over the past 20 years? And please estimate only C# lines of code. So you should be able to see the poll. I don't know. Does it work? Okay, awesome. So let me continue, and I will tell you the right answer. So I was curious about the code. So I took the oldest code base that I could find and ran this clock program. And here's what I got. So I excluded some XML files and other less relevant file types. And you can see that ReSharper was written in C#. It used MS-build and lexers for generated from .lex files. Now, I did the same with today's code base, and you can see that it includes files in many different languages, though I applied some filtering again. And here's why. This code base includes not only ReSharper sources, but also the sources of writer, .trace, .memory, .cover, .peak, everything that I covered before. And it even includes selected official plugins, such as, for instance, F# support plugin. And including plugins in the repo has actually been a quality of life improvement, especially for the developers working on those plugins, because we used to break APIs quite often. Yeah. You can see that most of the code is still written in C#. The C and C++ parts mostly come from the native parts of our profilers, but also from test data of ReSharper C++. And yes, we have Visual Basic. Our support for Visual Basic is written in Visual Basic. And of course, we use Kotlin to develop Fraiteur's frontend. But actually, it's not even the whole today's code base. Very recently, during the last New Year's holidays, .NET sources were integrated into IntelliJ repo. So now we are part of the big mod repo, which is a huge deal. So now the answer to the poll. Yeah. So comparing old code base and what we have now, we've grown 13 times, which is quite remarkable. We have now, well, it's 8 million lines of C# code. Oh, and by the way, we developed many projects as open source, including F# language support, plugins for Unity and Godot game engines, Aspire, Entity Framework support, and more. And we welcome your contributions. Now you may wonder, how do we deal with that amount of code? And here is the answer. So please welcome BBS CMD, our build system tool. So we used to have a GUI app written in WPF, but we've recently switched entirely to this console app, which is, of course, cross-platform. And I'd like to say kudos to Andrei for helping us retire the old tool. And it's very straightforward. You just select components that are relevant to you from this tree on the right, and then you press this prepare working copy, and you are done. So this tool generates a solution for you. And when you are done with developing, and want to install your binaries into Visual Studio, you just press local install, and that's it. Very convenient. We host our code in Space Code and run our builds on TeamCity, but we also use some additional internal tooling, which has been evolved over the years as well. For instance, we have a tool called Patronus, which allows us to safely merge our branches after passing thousands of tests. Another tool is called Asgard, which displays different build and performance metrics. And of course, very important part of our internal tooling is performance testing infrastructure. And it prevents merging of branches with degradations. Andrei is the guy, the methodologist behind it all. The next thing I want to highlight is the .NET SDK that we use. So as you probably know, the main Visual Studio process runs on the classic .NET framework, which means that ReSharper is also constrained to use it. Fraiteur, on the other hand, runs on the latest modern .NET, currently .NET 8, and enjoying all the performance benefits. However, since lots of code is shared between products, we use a custom SDK with reference assemblies that result from the intersection between .NET Framework and .NET and modern .NET. This is kind of sad because I can't write in modern .NET myself, but I hope we will overcome these limitations in the future by moving more stuff out of process. And meanwhile, in order to use modern C# features, we use various schemes, like we declare different classes like system ending, system range, different attributes needed for compilation of init only, required properties, interpolated string handlers, etc., etc. Another important technology that we use extensively in our code base is lifetimes. As the name suggests, lifetimes are associated with a kind of specific scope of work. And they have dual purpose. So they function like an inverted I disposable and allow us to execute a piece of work when lifetime expires, which makes them perfect for implementing reactive programming. So as you can see on the slide, we extensively use like signals, which you can advise to handle events, or we can subscribe to and handle every new value of observable properties. Yeah, and the second purpose of lifetimes is that they also behave like cancellation tokens, allowing us to start concurrent tasks. And what is important that Dmitry Ivanov, who designed it, designed them in a way that allowed us to avoid common pitfalls that you can fall into when you use the BCL, the standard library. So also you can see that in ReSharper we have a set of like predefined schedulers to run some activities on either on background or main threads. The next topic I want to cover is UI. So if you used both ReSharper and Fraiteur, you probably noticed that many features such as refactorings have almost identical user interfaces. But despite that, ReSharper living in the .NET world inside Visual Studio, while Fraiteur's front end runs on the JVM within the IntelliJ platform. So, do we implement every dialog twice? Well, when Fraiteur first started, that was actually the case. So many things were re-implemented in Swing, the UI framework used by IntelliJ. However, after some time, Alisa Afonina, who was responsible for refactorings at the time, decided to put an end to this and implemented the so-called B controls, back-end controls. So B controls, they represent UI models, which are serializable because they need to be sent over the Fraiteur protocol from backend to frontend process. And these models can have multiple view implementations. So for instance, one in WPF for ReSharper and another in Swing for Fraiteur. And with a set of standard B controls, it became possible to compose any UI that automatically works for both products. By the way, so when implementing the UI for the convert to global using refactoring that you can see on the slide, I decided to create custom B control for these bars, these horizontal bars, yeah. And while I felt quite confident implementing the WPF view, I had no prior experience whatsoever with Swing UI. So at first, I started reading about the layout framework, but after a few attempts, I decided to try and ask AI assistant for help. And you know what? It worked. It worked just perfectly. Finally, finally, my favorite topic, PSI. So if you haven't heard this term before, it stands for Program Structure Interface. So this is our code model, the engine that drives all of ReSharper intelligent features. So PSI provides a language agnostic framework for building abstract syntax trees and semantic models for any language. Yeah, it's agnostic. So everything in ReSharper, so every language supported by ReSharper, C#, Visual Basic, XML, HTML, CSS, XAML, in Razor, which is a quite difficult mixture of many languages. Every one of them is supported with PSI. But back in 2014, when ReSharper was 10 years old, Microsoft introduced Roslyn, the new .NET compiler platform with code analysis APIs for C# and Visual Basic. And immediately, ReSharper was bombarded with questions about the possibility of switching to it. Sergei Shkredov and Alexander Shvedov weighed all the pros and cons and ultimately decided to stick with PSI. And I should say that we have absolutely no regrets about this decision. So the first reason why was that rewriting something that had been in development for 10 years would take just enormous amount of work. And we preferred to focus on adding new functionality and optimizing existing features rather than spending years and years implementing what we already had. And the second reason was architectural, because many things that ReSharper does cannot be supported by Roslyn or would be highly inefficient. And finally, Roslyn covers exactly two languages, C# and Visual Basic. And as I mentioned before, ReSharper is based on the multilingual infrastructure. So now let's talk about C# support. Only about C# support and not VB support, because C# and VB, they used to co-evolve, but recently all the efforts are concentrated only on C# support, which I think is good. So I joined the team in 2016 and have been working on C# support since version 7.0. And C# 13, which is currently in development. It's 10th language version for me. And every year we have a new release, though once Roslyn experimented with minor versions, and which gave us C# 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3. Like many people think that Roslyn team should stop developing C# because every year is too much, and we have too many features and language becomes too complicated. While I actually think that I can't wait for these new extensions and extension everything and for discriminated unions. But I also see that many of the things in language can be expressed in using different syntax constructs. You can implement the same thing in multiple ways. And I don't think that it's very good. Yeah. But also, from our perspective, I think that our small team is doing quite well with C# support. We not only manage to provide solid basic support, so you don't usually see false compiler errors from us, but we also cover each new version with features that kind of stay true to the spirit of ReSharper, and that you will always support it. We give you relevant code fixes and actions, and ReSharper is known for its help with learning new features. But we also face a number of challenges. For instance, the compiler doesn't always implement new features strictly under the language version flags. So that's why we have to consider not only the language version that you have in your project, but also the version of the compiler which builds your project. Which is kind of, usually you don't think about this stuff. The next challenge is that supporting the language feature can sometimes feel like a chasing a moving target. For instance, the design of ref safety rules, it was changed 3 times in just a few weeks before the release. And Andrei, who implemented support on our side, he re-implemented it also 3 times, and it was like, oh my god, I need to re-implement it again and again. Why can't just they do it from the first time? But I have tremendous respect to the compiler team, but yeah, making changes right before the release is kind of not very good, I think. Another aspect that we have to consider is the IDE friendliness of language features. Some features can actually make the IDE slower. So, for instance, the ability to omit the type name with target type new is great, no question about it. But the language allows it even when the type name is not evident, when the type is not evident from the context. Actually, the type name can even be not mentioned at all in the current file. And this means that the find usages feature, when invoked on the constructor, can no longer narrow its search by type name. And it has to scan more files, just because hypothetically a constructor could be used by such a target type new construct. And I know about this problem very well because it affected our users, and I was the one fixing the performance issue. That also, I want to say that some language features are very technically demanding. For instance, nullable reference types were extremely difficult to retrofit into the language. But given our extensive expertise and tests for nullability analysis, the compiler essentially got a double check-in from us. I believe that Andrei alone filed hundreds of bugs. And in other words, I think that our work directly contributes to improving the quality of the compiler itself. Yeah. Okay, so we've covered the internals. And I almost finished my talk. By the way, at first, I thought about showing you some tips and tricks, but a couple weeks ago, Matt Ellis did this amazing session, so please watch it. So please watch it, because I have no doubts you will learn something new, or you will it will remind you about some features that you don't use. But before wrapping up, I'd like to say a couple more things. So in this limited time, I've tried to show you how much ReSharper has evolved over the past 20 years. From a Visual Studio extension, it has grown into the powerful engine that drives a range of products. And I also unveiled some of the ReSharper internals and shown you the changes happening under the hood. I hope that you found it interesting. And I also believe that ReSharper will continue to develop and will power even more exciting products in the future. I'm sure it will have stronger AI features, and it will have better integration with IntelliJ, like we already have with Graze, which gives us this grammar checking and yeah, so other stuff. But I think the next 1 years are sure to be exciting. And I also want to speak to you, our dear users. Oftentimes I see how people use our products, and I want to say, please stop. Well, why do you do this all manually? We have all these incredible features for you. And it happens with many people, even with our junior employees, with my teammates, with you know, bloggers. Yeah. So I watch some Nick Chapsos doing his stream, and no, he's not using this feature. Yeah, but he actually could automate all this stuff. Yeah. So what I want to say, that I think that now is the perfect time for some ReSharper seasoning. So master your IDE. Learn how to use it more efficiently. Learn from your colleagues. Explore our blog posts and videos. And then teach others. Teach your teammates how to use it. Make an impact. And above all, develop with pleasure. That's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much there, Andrei. That's a fantastic talk. A huge amount of really interesting stuff covered there with ReSharper. It's a fantastic tool, and it's brilliant to see how it's evolved over the last 20 years.
Absolutely, really cool talk. Thank you for that. Also, I like that you've been giving a shout out to the developers responsible for various features and upgrades and so on. I know as developer advocates, Matt and I, we often get kudos at the booths and we report them back to the team. But just to give people a little bit of an idea, how big is the team, and does everyone work on everything, or how is it structured?
Well, just recently we had some changes in the structure. So, for instance, our team that works on C# support on this PSI, It used to be under ReSharper. Now it's kind of a separate team, and it includes, I think, 10 members. Yeah. And ReSharper team itself, I don't know how big it is. I don't remember.
It's quite complicated, isn't it? Because talking about the way that ReSharper is an engine to be used in different products, it does feel like people work on different areas all the time. So it's somebody who I thought was a core ReSharper developer is doing something on Rider now, or they're working on .memory. So it's nice that I like the fact, sort of sitting outside the team, that people can move around and work on different features.
Yeah. And sometimes you just do something that you don't expect to do. So while I was implementing support for raw strings back in C#10, so I started supporting more and more features, and I came to language injections. Yeah, and I had to support it in ReSharper. Okay, I did it. I know how to do it. But then, yeah, I thought that it would be cool to have extended language injection support in Rider. And I don't know how, but I ended up writing Kotlin. Yeah, but it was cool.
Well, exactly. If you're developing on, building a ReSharper, which is a Visual Studio plugin, of course you're going to write Kotlin code. It makes perfect sense. But it's nice like that. And interestingly, I think injected strings are a great feature it's one of those features which is really interesting and surprising, allowing you to have a string literal which provides embedded ReSharper support and everything, which is really cool.
Yeah, you can even embed C# into C#.
What?
Yeah, you can have C# code highlighting right inside of the C# string. You wouldn't you don't have code completion and advanced features, but at least you have code highlighting, and it's actually quite cool to have this code highlighting if you develop things like source generators.
Okay, that makes sense. You broke my head for a minute there. I couldn't think why you would want to do it, but that's a great idea. If you're doing source generators, you're going to have to write out strings of C#, and so it makes sense to get code highlighting and all the features there.
Yeah. One of the things I think is really cool with those string injections is also that when you use them in Rider, for example, it is ReSharper handling all of the C# code there, but it might be that when you connect to the database that the Rider database provider is adding to that. So it's really front-end Java with back-end ReSharper, combining all those things together.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool things going on under the hood there. What I was going to ask you, though, was what is your favorite feature after sort of, working with ReSharper for such a long time, developing with ReSharper? What would be your favorite feature, and possibly what would be the one feature you wished everybody would use and they're not?
Wow, such complicated questions. I have so many favorite features. Yeah. I think my favorite is rename. I like to rename stuff. But I think that everybody should start using structural navigation, because it's really cool way to navigate through the code and to edit parts of the code.
Could you explain that one a little bit more, actually? Because I did spot that you used it, but that was so quick there. It was.
Yeah, maybe I can. Do you see my screen?
Yes, your screen's back.
Okay. Yeah. So I press tab, and the whole while construct is selected. I press tab again, and now I have this condition selected. And I can.
Oh, okay. So sorry. So just to interrupt there. If you've got the condition selected there, it's then really easy to just replace that condition, isn't it? So that's good. So you can hit tab inside the while to then immediately select the condition to replace it, rather than having to kind of go through all the old school, shift left, right, and whatever just to edit it. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. And what is also cool that, so for instance, if I don't know which example to show, but we extended this feature so that oh, it doesn't work. I have this indenting. Let me navigate here. Yeah, so I pressed delete. Yeah, let me repeat it again. So I have the whole condition selected, and I select this operand, and then I press delete, and it deletes both the operand and this greater than operator. So it works structurally as well. So we call it structural remove. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, also, yeah, I also, sorry for interrupting you. So recently I've been working on quite huge refactoring, and at first, you know, as a developer, you often find usages, and I find myself that first I invoke find usages for this method, then I go upper for the containing stuff and invoke find usages again. But we have a feature which works exactly for this scenario, which is called incoming calls, and it's really, really cool. So I really embrace this feature, and I think oftentimes I invoke incoming calls just instead of find usages, because it's that's what I need at the moment.
I'm a huge fan of incoming calls, actually. That it is. I mean, thank you for giving the shout out to the tips and tricks talk. It's one of the big ones I always talk about as being, you know, really, really, really helpful. We spend a lot of our time reading code, and this is a great way to then sort of see, well, okay, here's a method. Where's it called from? Okay, I like that method. Where's that called from? And you continually do that, and being able to see the tree there is fantastic. The other thing I was going to say is,
can I quickly add to that one? Because
yes,
there's another really interesting one that is one of my personal favorites while reading code, and that is the value origin, where you can say, okay, look, I have this parameter to this method, or I'm using this variable. Like, where is it being set? Where does the value come from? Does it come from a database? Is it being used on a form somewhere?
How could this
which
possibly
is super
be null?
helpful? Yeah. Exactly, especially when you're trying to figure out like why can something be null or add nullable annotations and so on. This is really a lifesaver to figure out how is this value even set in the application.
Yeah, and the other thing, I mean, the structural navigation, I love that as well, and I hadn't even got to covering that in the ReSharper tips and tricks talk. One thing you said towards the end there as well is it's surprising of how much functionality there is in ReSharper. There's a huge amount of stuff, and it really does pay to spend some time and learn some of these things. Rename, definitely. Never use find and replace. Never ever use that. Structural navigation's cool. I always like the expand selection and moving statements around as well. So you can do a whole lot of stuff without having to do cut, copy, and paste. It's like never cut, copy, and paste. We can do it all for you inside the editor. I always forget when using ReSharper or Rider that we've got all this tooling that helps you with editing. You know, we kind of got loads of things. It's obvious that we've got things for inspections, for refactorings, for quick fixes, but we can help you with just plain old editing as well. Anyway, I'm starting to go and do my session.
Yeah, again, another shout out, I would say watch Matt's session, because there is probably always something that you will learn, even if you have been using ReSharper or Rider for many years. I always love to see colleagues present on it, because there's always like a small thing where you go like, huh, I didn't know that we could do this. So definitely recommend it.
I learned stuff, you know, preparing for it, and learning stuff with the structural navigation there as well now. And in fact, this is like this when we were talking about being at the booth as a developer advocate and what this, and also how you learn ReSharper. When we first started, I started back on ReSharper 4, and you know, the moment was the jaw dropping, sitting next to somebody and going, how did you do that? And then we'd trade tips like this. It's ridiculous.
Yep. Given you are a ReSharper developer and working on the code base and so on, I think you have the code base open. I can imagine in a code base that is 20 years old, there's probably a couple of things that you want to keep buried. But I guess there's also a couple of things that you might want to highlight. So what is one of the cool things that we have in the code base that you think, well, this is clever. This is something really nice to show to people.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
I mean, looking at it, I know from when I first opened up the ReSharper code base, there was this really clever way of overloading file paths on strings, so that essentially you could combine strings and add the division operator between two strings, and then you would generate a path that had the right forward slash or backward slash depending on your operating system. And that was one for me where I was like, yeah, this is clever, this is nice.
Yeah, I think so. I mentioned B controls, but I haven't showed you any code. So I can show you how it works, just if you are curious. So yeah, so I have this page and I have this get page content method overridden. And so it's really easy to work with our framework. So at first I call this get grid methods. So I get grid and then I put stuff onto it. And if I need this file name input, I can easily initialize it, and I can tell that whenever there is a new value that the user provided, I need to update my data model. Also, I can set up some validation. I can tell that I only want to have such extensions here, and I can even say that I want to have this file completion right inside of this edit input. Yeah.
And so all of that, the whole point of this is to be able to then abstract away the user interface toolkit. So you would get a text control with all those things in WPF, but then if this is when this is hosted in Rider, it would then have the same functionality in Swing.
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's super cool. So Ali Safwanian did such an amazing job because, writing Swing from scratch is not an easy job.
No.
And writing UI in general is not super pleasant task. But having an ability just to use a set of predefined controls is just a time saver.
But then there's no XAML or anything here, so there's nothing sort of describing the UI and the layout there. Is everything just kind of placed on a grid?
Yeah. In this case, everything is placed on the grid. I think so. Here I'm defining some columns, and because I have a tree, I also have. I said that I have this multi-selection. Also, I set up some stretching and alignment, etc., etc. Yeah, so everything is abstract, but when it comes to showing UI, there is a component which transforms this model to an actual WPF or Swing UI controls. Yeah.
And I guess it makes sense to just keep it quite simple. Most dialogues are actually just a grid of controls, isn't it? There's a text field, like 3 or 4 text fields down here, label, text field, and that. So actually a grid layout works nicely for that. And as long as you have your sort of styling set up around that, it should work quite nicely, shouldn't it? That makes it does work quite nicely. We see it in action. This is good. That's a nice system. I like that.
Yeah, we actually, I don't know how much time we have because I can continue talking about ReSharper. We have really cool thing which is called zones. So this is this is kind of it both dependency management tool because it defines that I can't directly reference these classes from this namespace. And because here is, I like this namespace should be responsible only for, C# and not for UI. Yeah. But also zones, they allow us to develop many products from single code base, because your code becomes associated with different zones, and you can instantiate some of the zones. We actually tell activate. Yeah, so you can activate some zones and don't activate others. Yeah.
So, and when you say activate, this is we've got a component container, haven't we? So we don't tend to new up our own objects. Things get created for us.
Yes. Yes, we have our own component container implementation, which is quite advanced. And as I mentioned, Nikita Popov and Ilya Usov did a tremendous work to optimize it, because part of the problem with startup was that many components were initialized during the startup. And what they did, they actually told that, okay, this component, they can be delayed, they can be instantiated on demand. Yeah, but it was really hard to categorize components, to tell apart that this component is safe to initialize on background thread and this component is not.
And you've got to take into consideration dependencies as well. It's
yeah,
that's not a job I'd like to do.
I'm really happy you are taking care of all this. Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. Do we have time for one more question? I think we have.
I think we could squeeze another one in. Yes.
Yeah.
Martin, you're going to ask?
Someone in the comments was asking about this task barrier class that they saw in the ReSharper code base on screen. Why do we even have our own threading and task handling methods in there?
You mean in my example or in ReSharper code base?
Yeah, well, in your example, but also in the ReSharper code base. Yeah.
Yeah. Why do the classes exist?
So yeah, task barrier, like as name suggests. So I can spin up many threads, and I want to wait until all of them are finished, and that's the work for that's the exact definition for a barrier, task barrier.
Okay, and we've just built our own library of things rather than using the .NET standard library.
Oh yeah, we do. I mentioned in my talk that BCL library has many pitfalls, like especially with tasks. Yeah, because some of the things that should be explicit, like schedulers, they are implicit. You can omit them, and you don't know on which scheduler your code works. But the things that can be implicit, like cancellation tokens, you should pass every year through every method and local function, and you should use exactly this cancellation token if you want to instantiate and throw operation canceled exception. So only then your task will be considered canceled. So our implementation kind of fixes all of this, and Dmitry Ivanov, he no longer works at JetBrains, but he left really great legacy.
Yeah, it's nice that it kind of helps to keep you a little bit safer then, which is good.
Well, also we have like lots of synchronization and threading primitives. We have channels, we have actors, really cool stuff. Yeah.
That's nice. I need to dive back into the code base. It's been too long. This is cool. Okay, I think we'd better wrap up. Andrei, thank you very much for a fascinating talk and conversation there. It's been a brilliant session, and congratulations on 20 years of ReSharper.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. I think we should bring in our next guest then, Martin.
Yeah, let's bring in our next guest. Andrei, again, thank you. And let's bring in Mariekie. Hello.
Hi there.
Welcome
Hello,
on the
everyone.
stream.
Hi. Thank you very much.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. It's nighttime here in Brisbane, in Australia. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so thank you for taking the effort to brave the time zones for us.
Yeah, anytime.
Absolutely. We're just going to give you the stage. Your talk is going to be about Blazor components and crafting them yourself. So I think this is a really cool topic. I'm looking forward to watch it in action. And Matt and I will go off stream and give the stage to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So hello, everyone. I am thrilled to be here and share some tools that I find are truly game-changing. These tools have significantly enhanced my development process, and I'm excited to share this with you, and hopefully you will find some benefit by using it too. In this session, I will be diving into Blazing Story, Playwright, and accessibility testing tools. These are powerful resources that can transform the way we build and test components. But before we dive into these tools, let me introduce myself. You might have noticed my accent. So I am originally from South Africa and now live very happily here in Australia. I'm a software developer at Metro North Health, but my journey into the software world has been anything but conventional. I have been a tech traveler for over 2 decades. Imagine me as a player upon a stage of technology, journeying from roles such as a hardware technician, telephonic software support specialist, to a specialized consultant, finding my true calling in software development over a year ago, 10 years, not a year, 10 years ago. So what sets my tale apart is that I'm entirely self-taught, learning through determination and passion. I've worn many hats and faced diverse challenges. And through this journey, my husband, a seasoned software engineer, has been my steadfast guide and support. As I stand before you today, I'm inspired by the giants of the tech world, all of you, who have paved the way for adventurers like me. And today, I'm excited to share my latest adventure with you. So tonight, I'll be diving into the 3 main topics. I'll provide an overview and then explore one of many ways that can be implemented, and then we'll dive into the code. So let's start with unveiling Blazor Story. For those who may not know, Blazing Story is a powerful tool for building UI components in isolation. But what does this mean, building components in isolation? Well, we can create and work on Blazor components independent of a larger application. This picture is simulating a large application and all the blocks being different components and areas within the application. Adding a new feature, for example, that dark orange block, as you can imagine, can be very challenging. And instead of building and testing within the complete application environment, we can isolate the component, design, develop, and test it in a standalone environment. So let's look at some benefits of developing the components in isolation. So we can quickly prototype and iterate on individual components without needing to set up the entire application, leading to faster development cycles. We can establish a centralized library that adhere to design guidelines, ensuring consistency across the application. We can work on different components simultaneously without stepping on each other's toes, those merge conflicts, right? This approach should improve overall development speed. It will make it easier to manage the visual aspect of each component without affecting the rest of the application. Isolated components can serve as a living documentation, showcasing each component's usage and variations. This can aid collaboration between developers and should help us maintain a consistent design language. So if you are familiar with Storybook, you might be thinking, hey, that sounds familiar. And you're absolutely right. Storybook has been a game changer for developing UI components in a JavaScript frameworks like React, Vue, and Angular. It provides developers with an interactive environment to build, test, and showcase their components outside of the main application. Now, Storybook was launched in 2016, and it has over 84,000 GitHub stars and over 1,900 contributors. Storybook has a lot of features to offer. Now, Blazor Story takes the same powerful concept and adapts it specifically for Blazor, enabling us to develop, test, and refine Blazor components in isolation. It's like having a tailored version of Storybook for the Blazor ecosystem, making our workflow more efficient and focused. Now, Blazor Story is also an open source repo and created roughly 2 years ago, with almost 300 stars and 4 contributors. It's rather obvious that it's not that feature-rich yet. But we can install Blazor Story templates by running this CLI command or selecting it from a NuGet package manager. The installation will create 2 templates, and we can select either Blazor server or WASM app, and we'll start a new code. So let's jump into the code. Let's actually start looking at Blazor Story first before we just jump into the code. And this is the application. This is running Blazor Story right here. You'll notice that the buttons folder is expanded and docs is selected, which is now giving us a preview of the buttons component. Down below, we can see all of the properties for this component with some documentation for each property. We can then change those values as we wish. So I don't know, we can make this JetBrains. Hope I spelled that right. It doesn't look right. We can change the color of the button over here to anything we want. And we can toggle the enable and disabled feature of this button. We can then click on the show code and copy this code to use it in our application wherever we want to pull this component. We also have different stories for this component. So we have an inactive story for the buttons component already, or we can also group our components together to have things more categorized. And for example, if I expand my quick grid, we have enabled templates. As you can see, because I'm in a story, there's no longer the documentation, but just an option for us to change the values if we so need to. And we can just toggle and change the default view of the component just as we wish. So this is interesting, but how is everything fitting together? How is Blazor Story actually? How can we work with it? So let's have a look at the code base. This is not what I want to show you. So we'll start here. So this is my solution, and this is the running app. And if we look at my project file, you'll see that this is a .NET application. And a few lines down, we've got this generate documentation file enabled, which will add the documentation for each property that we've added. And you can see over here, I've got the Blazor Story package installed, as well as the quick grid package and WebAssembly packages. There's nothing really else much to it. Once we've explored the project file, let's have a look at the www root folder and see what else is in here. Now we see there's an iframe file. Now the iframe file is applicable to the preview of my component, that little block there that showed my component. And there's a note that they left in here for us saying that if we have any CSS frameworks or JavaScript files, to add them into this file and not into the index.html file. And that's exactly what I did here. You'll notice here I've got my Bootstrap framework installed. I've got, well, a link to it rather. And there's also a link to my icons, and I've got some additional CSS files all wrapped up here. And further down, you'll notice there's nothing out of the ordinary here. Let's look at the index.html file, the standard file, the one we used to. Now, they left a note here, a reminder that we should not be editing or changing anything in the index.html file because it won't really have an effect or the desired effect. So we should not add our CSS frameworks into the index.html file. And when I scroll down, it's just boilerplate index.html file, nothing really else to get excited about. Let's look at the program.cs file. Boilerplate, this is a WebAssembly component application, and it routes us through to the app component. Now, if I look at the app.razor file, it is wrapped in a Blazing Story app component where we can specify the title of our component, add color schemes. I've selected light. You don't have to, but you can if you wanted to. We've got an option of light and dark and default. Default will just select whatever your browser settings, default settings is. Then we have the default layout where we can actually change the layout of Blazing Story. If you feel like you want to add maybe a logo, like a branding logo, you can do that inside this tag here, brand logo area. But for now, let's just hop onto the default layout screen and have a look over here. So we inherit from the component base, very standard, and then we have this body tag. Now we can wrap this body tag in a theme provider if you wanted to, and change the theme completely if you so wish. So if we have a look at that's basically it for us for starting up the application. Now you may notice that I have this components folder. Now note that the components in this project is all linked inside this project, but you can reference a component library instead of having the components inside this project. So if we expand components, there's a buttons folder. And inside the buttons folder, I have my components, my button.razor component. And this is very standard. It's a bootstrap button. As you see here, some styling happening here. We are referencing some properties. As you can see, we've got a toggle. We're referencing color, and we have the text property as well. When we look at the code section, this is generated because we've got that generate code enabled. So it will give you the summary tags, and then you just need to fill out this section. It's not going to do that for you, not yet. And then this is a Blazor parameter. It is a required field, and you can see text is a string field. That makes sense. I was able to type my new button text in there. And then I have my color. Now, color is interesting because it's a type of string. However, when we were in Blazing Story, it was not a string. It actually was a color picker. So how does that work? We'll check that out in a second. Disabled is just a Boolean value. I'm just going to close all these tabs just to avoid confusion. So now that we've looked at my buttons component, we want to look at the story. That's actually contain more of the information of why color is a color picker and how this is actually displayed in my Blazing Story application. So the naming convention of the story component is very important. You have to have the same component name, button, dot, and then the word stories, dot, razor. If you fail to call it the same name as your actual component up here, then some of the features in Blazing Story won't work. So this is just an important side note. When we look at our stories component, here on line 1, there's an attribute with stories, and then we have the title buttons. And this line is telling Blazing Story where to place your component in the navigation bar. Now that it's displayed on my navigation bar, we're saying fine, that all the following stories are all linked back to the buttons component. And that's this part over here. And then inside this block, we've got an argument type where we're saying the property color is of control type color, and that gives the color of the control type color. We have a few options here, of course. So we can set fields like radio, which is an enumerator. So you can set up enums. You can have selects as well, drop downs if you wanted to, and then the color selection. You only have to really do this for color and selections and radio control types. Then it starts off with our very first story. In this case, it's default. Then we've got a few arguments. We're passing through default values for the properties. So in this case, we have the disabled property field, which is set to false for the story called default. And we have the text, which is just default as well. Then the template, we're just saying, just use my button and pass through any communications back to this button's component. So yeah, that's interesting, right? But let's actually add our own component. Let's do this ourselves. Let's get our hands dirty. So I already created a cards folder for us and a card example.razor file. And now I need to add a card example, just a boilerplate bootstrap card. And so I need to now type this out, right? But I'm not going to do that because I won't do that to you and I won't do it to myself. My nerves will definitely get the best of me. So I brought my book of spells with me tonight. So I'm going to summons. Let's see, not that one. I'm going to summons my awaken card spell. And so all this does, it's a live template. It will just paste code for me, which is a standard Bootstrap card. This should look very familiar if you're familiar with Bootstrap. And you can see it's very static. Nothing is dynamic. And that's what we have. But if I run the app now, my card story won't appear because I don't have a story yet. I need to add a story to the application. So I'm going to hop on back to my stories folder. There's my cards folder. And I already created a blank file for us, which is cardexample.stories.razor. And over here, the same thing applies. I'm going to pull out my book of spells and cast my awaken story spell. I just have to fix this folder. Okay. And over here on line 1, we have a story. And here he's saying, I want to put this into a folder called cards. And within that, call this component card example. I'm linking it back to my card example component and calling my story default and passing through my template card example. Very basic, very straightforward. So what we are expecting is to see Blazing story with cards folder, card example, and just a preview of my card. So we'll run the app. And there we go. Here we see is the cards folder that I've just created. And then we have the card example. There's my very basic standard Bootstrap card. But this is rather boring because there's no properties, there's no documentation. We can't really play with it, can't fill with it, nothing. So let's change that. Let's make things interesting. So I'm going to go back to my project and I am going to charm my card. So I'm going to cast another spell here. And I'm going to charm my card. Now things got really interesting, right? You can see a whole lot of things are happening over here. I have background colors set to properties and we've got icons and we've got more fields. Everything is now, there's definitely a more dynamic card than before. Here you'll notice we've got our code that's been added here and yeah, it's interesting now. So let's hop on back to our stories because now we need to notify the stories that, hey, we've added all of these parameters and I need to update my story now. So let's just charm this story as well. And now you'll see that I still have the location, navigation location set to the same path. And now I have all of these color pickers that we can pick from. And I have my story's name is no longer default, but Juliet's Quest. And some default values for all of the different parameters. And then also the colors that I'm passing through to my card example. So I just have to run the application and yes, hot reload on Blazing story, unfortunately, is not 100% stable yet. On the stories file, if you make a change, you can sometimes see the changes you made on the story as long as you're not on the docs folder. But yeah, unfortunately, maybe someone clever can fix that for us one day. But there we go. There's the code example. Notice that my story's name changed to Juliet's Quest. And there we go. I have my card. I can change the background color to whatever I want to. And it's ready for me to customize the way I want and then use within my application. So let's add a few more stories. So I'm going to hop on back here. And all I have to do now is just awaken more stories, not touch my existing my card.Blazor component, because that is dynamic now. So in my book of spells, I'm going to summon small stories. And now over here, you'll see I've got an extra story called Digital Inspiration. And if I scroll up, we've got a mysterious story. And then if we scroll further up, we've got Julia's Quest. So now, sorry. So now we are ready to just rerun the application. Sorry, that was my keystrokes was wrong. So we can just run the application and we should be able to see cards. And then within the cards folder, card example with additional stories underneath that. See, we've got our original Julia's Quest, her mysterious story. And then we have digital inspiration. And we can change the look and feel of this. But look here, there's a button. So if I click on this button, it's getting all the trends. And then we've got a trending window saying that, JetBrains is the best IDE. And so this is great because now we have a behavior that we can test. And this is actually a great intro to my next topic, which is Playwright. So I'm just going to hop on back over here and let's talk about Playwright. So whenever I speak to someone about Playwright, most people would say to me, yeah, I've worked on Selenium. And that's interesting. But Playwright and Selenium are both widely used tools for end-to-end testing of web applications. Selenium is older and has got a wider user base, where Playwright is a newer tool. There are some interesting things to note about Playwright. Now, it supports all modern rendering engines, ensuring comprehensive testing across all the different platforms, browsers. And tests can be run on Windows, Linux, Mac OS, both locally and as part of your automated work process in either a headless or a headed state. Now, Playwright integrates with NUnit, MSUnit, but there's no support for XUnit, unfortunately. Now, to install Playwright, we need to add the Playwright package to our project by running the CLI command or selecting it from a NetBeans package manager. Once we then need to build the project, which will then generate a Playwright script file, which is located in the bin folder. And this file is a key file. With the final step of the installation is to run this script file to install the necessary browsers. With everything now set up, we are ready to write tests. But just before we do that, let's talk about all the tools that Playwright offers. CodeGen assists us by generating code as we navigate the application. To use it, we can just execute the Playwright script, pass through the CodeGen command, followed by the URL parameter. This will then open up the web page along with the Playwright inspector. And as we interact with the page, CodeGen records these interactions and generate test codes for us accordingly. That's pretty nice. Now, the Playwright inspector assists us with debugging our test. It will spin up the web page with the Playwright inspector, indicating with a red dot where it will be clicking next, and it will step through the code accordingly. sorry. The trace viewer can be used to view recorded tests. Once it's set up, we can record a test and view it using the Playwright show trace command, followed by the recorded trace file. The trace viewer provides detailed information for investigating, especially failed tests, including test execution screenshots and live DOM snapshots, an action explorer, and test sources. This is pretty exciting. So no, that was not smoke and mirrors. Let's jump into the code and see this in action. So I'm just going to close all these windows and just minimize my Blazor Bootstrap project and have a look at my project file. So here you'll see this is a .NET 8 project. Down here, it is a test project. I'm using NUnit, that's the packages that I've installed, as well as Microsoft's Playwright NUnit package. So those are the tests that we'll be writing using NUnit. And then if we expand, I already created a cards folder with an empty code example test file, which is absolutely empty. And yeah, I have a spell for us. So we will just awaken the test. We are going to take advantage of NUnit's decorations, attributes for saying these are going to be a bunch of tests. Here you can see as my class is already defined, and I'm inheriting page tests from Playwright. And then I have my blank test here. Now I'm not going to write the code. What's the point of having Playwright? Right? We just saw all these amazing tools, so we want to take advantage of that. So I brewed up some potions for us. It'll just speed things up a bit. And this location elixir, what it will do when I run this is it will actually execute my Playwright script in my bin folder. It will passing through the cogen command as well as the URL to my application. So if I'm running this, I'm expecting to see, my browser that was opened up, as well as this inspector file. I'm going to make the screen white. Maybe it's a bit better for you to see. Now notice here at the top, we've got record, which means it is going to actively record any interactions that we're going to have with the web page in the background. And over here, we have a library where we can select what type of library, what type of testing framework we are using. You can see there we've got MS Test, and I'm going to use NUnit. So it will be wise for me to select NUnit for this example. And you'll notice how it actually changed the code. And this should look familiar to you already. You can see they are also inheriting from page test, and then they have 2 additional lines here where they have navigated to this application already. Now, if I put these 2 side by side, keep an eye on the Playwright Inspector as I'm going to click through the application, and you should see it updating the lines of code. Now, first of all, it highlighted the locator, as well as giving us a tooltip of what the locator is. I'm then clicking on the digital inspiration component or story, and then I'm going to click on this unveil trends. Now, when I click on this, we now know that there is this screen that's going to pop up, which will be the loading screen, and then it will be the results screen. And so I want to make sure that I click on those pages so that we can test those things. I'm going to click on my trending, and then over here, there's a refresh button. And so as you can see here, we've got all of the code recorded for us. So the last thing that we have to do is we actually have to copy this code, because if you close your window, you have to do everything again. So we copy this code over here. I'm just going to close up and just go back to the code. And then let's go back here to my test. And I'm going to paste the code that I just copied from Cogen. Now you'll see we've got go to, so this is where it navigated to my URL. And then this is where it started clicking on the button. So on here, we've got get by role, find a button called card example. And then we have click async. So it will click and then wait until it finished that action. And then it's going to do the next click. So it's going to find my link called digital inspiration, because that's now the story, and it's going to click on that. And then we've got a frame locator, because we're now using that frame. I'm actually clicking inside the frame now, where we've got get by role, and look at the button in that frame and click on that button. Now, interestingly enough, there's no assertions, nothing is being tested. So how will I know? It will just click on these two things once it's loaded, and my test will pass. But that's not the point, is we actually want to assert and make sure that, hey, my test is actually valid, that my component is working the way I'm expecting it to work. So having those two lines is not going to help us at all. Instead, I'm going to pull out my Google code and I'm going to certify my test. And what this has done on line 19 is I'm just creating a variable for iframes, just so that my code will read a bit better. So I'm just getting that frame so that we can only work with that frame. And then I'm starting my assertions, and I'm saying I'm expecting that that the button will not be attached anymore, because on the loading screen it's not attached. And then we are expecting this unveiling today's top trends should then be attached. And then it will be the revealing of the trends. And then we're expecting a button to have a text that says refresh. And that's going to be my test. Now, let's use the locator tool to see how this is going to work and step through the code and see how useful that's going to be. So I'm going to tap this debug draft potion of mine, which I'm just running the test in debug mode. So I'm on a Mac, so the debug command is a little bit different. And so I've got .NET test, and I'm just filtering for my only tests. Why not? But it was just to make sure that, we are safe. So I'm going to run this test, this debug test on my one and only test that's available. And I just need to bring the screen over here. Now, as you'll see, the Playwright Inspector now, the recording button is no longer enabled. It's actually disabled. But now we have this play and step buttons available for us, which we can now use to actually navigate through the lines of code. In the target, it just lists the test that we're busy testing. So if I just put these two lines next to each other, the browsers maybe, not lines, and I start stepping through the lines of code, you'll notice that there's a red dot over here indicating where it's going to click next. And then it will step through the code and show exactly what it's going to do next. Now, for the next few lines, I need to be super fast, because it's going to load and then go, load and then have the loading screen and then go to the final page. So I'm just going to click, otherwise my test will fail. And now it's going to wait for the refresh button, and there we go. So now if any of the assertions fail, we all know that my test will fail. So I'm done, and let's have a look at my test now. And there we go, it's passed. My test passed. This is such a big feeling. So we have my test that's full. So now that my test actually passed on my local development environment, what if we push this through to the server and it's running in our CI/CD pipelines and it's failing for some reason, but we don't know because we don't have any eyes on this. And that's where the show trace is very, very useful to use. But it does require a little bit of setup. But luckily, we are using NUnit, and NUnit gives us two features, which is really, really useful. So for now, I'm just going to pull up my book of spells and just bewitch my test. And what this has done is actually add a setup, which is an NUnit feature, which means that NUnit will run this block of code every time a test is run. So for every test, it will run this block of code. In this block of code, I have a setup, and I'm saying this context is a playwright method. And it says, whenever I want you to start the tracing, so whenever a new test is being executed, with a few options, tracing start options, The title will be whatever my test name is. And then I'm enabling, so you can disable these features as well. I want you to record the screenshots, the snapshots, and the source. So that's on startup. Once my test is completed, it's going to run the teardown section, and it's this teardown method. So in here, we're saying, okay, Playwright, stop your tracing for me right here with some options. And that's just to save my file into specific files. So I'm giving it a path where I'm using my work directory. I'm adding a folder called Playwright Traces, and I'm calling my test, my file, my test name .zip. So I'm expecting now to see this recording in this working directory. Now that I've finished my test, all I have to do is just run my test. And once it's done, we can have a look at our recording and see exactly what has happened in the background. We just give it a second, and there it's done. Now that my test has run, I'm going to tap my trace tonic elixir. And so what this is doing is I'm using the Playwright script again. I'm passing through the show trace command, and I'm specifying the location of my file that will be the recording. And there we go. This is my test name and .zip, and there's the Playwright folder name that I've added there, and this is my working directory. So you can change that if it's in your CI/CD pipeline, so you can attach it as an artifact to your run if you so wish. So I'm just going to tap this potion or tonic, and there we go. So what you actually see up here at the very, very top, very tiny text, you'll see it's got the seconds it took to get to a certain stage of loading the application. So if I hover over the screenshots, it will then show you the screenshots and different sections as it actually loaded the screenshots. So when I get to this point over here, for example, you'll notice I've got this location click highlighted, and we've got it before. There was nothing, and then after it was clicked, that's what it looked like. So we have different steps through the code. We have some metadata that we can use as well, which is very useful if it's running there on the server. And we've got on the right-hand side, we've got some pool information, anything that's been outputted to the console has been added in a network calls. And this is really, really useful. I've been there before, and I have been very, very appreciative for this information. And this is also the source, the test code for our application component. So now that we know that our component is robust and it's going to work exactly the way we expect it to work every time, we now need to ensure that it is available for everyone and accessible to use. So I'm just going to close this window and just hop on back to my presentation and start my final act for the evening, which is accessibility. Now, there are many offerings when it comes to accessibility. There are many Chrome extensions and applications and libraries that we can use. But soon you'll find out why I chose Axe tonight. Now, Axe is developed by DQ. They offer a browser extension with 300,000 users. That's impressive. Once installed, you will find it in DevTools. Now, it may be hidden, but it is there. It offers free subscriptions for additional features and functionality, but its core feature is to scan the web page for accessibility issues. Now, Axe will evaluate web content against the AA Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or WCAG. Now, let's just recap. The WCAG levels are ranked from A to AAA, where A is the baseline, AA is considered legally acceptable, and AAA is the highest level of accessibility. Now, once the scan is performed, it returns a score and will give us more details about its findings. So now you know why I've chosen Axe tonight. And that's because they offer a package called Axe Playwright, allowing us to automate accessibility testing within the Playwright test. So all we have to do is just install the preferred package using the preferred package manager, and then we're going to reference it in our code. This will then grant access to the run Axe method on a Playwright page object, allowing us to pass options for customization. And once executed, run Axe will return an Axe result object containing comprehensive results of the Axe scan. So let's dive into the code. Let's see this in action. I'm just going to minimize this. So back into my code example test file, I am just going to pull up one of my last spells for tonight, which is going to be summons Axe. That's the one we'll be on. So over here, you'll see run Juliet, Romeo and Juliet accessibility test. And this should be familiar now. So we just basically navigate to the application. We are clicking on code example again. Then we're clicking on the story digital inspiration. And then this is interesting. What is that? We haven't seen that before. And basically what this is, on Blazing Story, there is a little button that you can click, and it will open up your component in a new tab, and you will only see your component in the tab. And this is very useful if you want to test accessibility, because we are not interested in Blazing Story application being accessible as well. Just this component, is my component accessible? I then have a locator for my application, for my component rather. I'm then asserting that that locator is not empty. And then of course I need to just install this package. So I'm just going to import the missing references, because we just need to add those references up here. So if I go up, there is my package has been installed. And so what we now can do is just run this test. Now it's going to run and check if our test is accessible or not. And we are hoping it is. Alas, it's not. So we have here, it failed, and it says ensure that all the page content is contained by a landmark. And then it says that it is a moderate violation. And the tags that it failed on was on category keyboard and best practices. Not AA level, but okay. And then if I look at the next node, it says here, this was on an image tag. And it says here, it's again a moderate violation. And then some page content is not contained by landmarks. And the list continues. So this is now not great. And so we wonder if we would get the same result if we actually ran that browser extension. So let's have a look and see what the browser extension will say. So I'm just going to refresh here. And this is this button that I was referencing to earlier, where we can click on this and it will open up this component in its own tab. So there we go. We have our component and we can now test. So I'm going to go to Developer Tools. And I'm going to find my Axe Dev Tools. And then here is the full page scan. So once I click on that, it reports 5 as well with the same headings. I don't know if it looks familiar, but I know for a fact it is. So it's a document should have some main landmarks and some levels should contain headings. And so we have this best practices flag that's on. What will happen if we toggle it off? Now we don't have any failures anymore, but this is still very much a legally required. It actually passes the legal required level of accessibility. So this best practices is actually one of Axe's time-tested methods to ensure that your application or your component is of a higher standard of accessible. So we don't have to use it if we wanted to, but this is interesting. So let's say I'm not interested in using Axe's best practices tags in my testing as well. How can we deactivate that in our code? So let's hop on back to the code. and go back here. And my last spell for tonight will be opinionify my. Oh, we don't have to use that. And so now that I have options, which is an XRun options object, I can specify run only options with tags. And over here, I've got my WCAG-AA, which is very important. We want to make sure we qualify legally in accessibility world, and we can just remove the best practices. Now, if we pass this options variable down to my runx command over here, and I run my test again, I should get 0 violations and my test should pass. So let's have a look and see. And there we go, my test passed. My application is accessible, and that makes me very happy. So now that we know that our component is robust, it is accessible to everyone, we can take over the world. So I want to thank everyone for tonight. All the insights I shared tonight are all backed up by extensive research. Everything is detailed in blogs on Medium. If you want to connect with me, you can find me on LinkedIn to maybe discuss anything further. I used Microsoft Designer to generate images that brought my presentation to life. The card inspirations are all from online tutorials. And thank you all for being here tonight and for your time and support. I truly appreciate it. And a huge thank you to JetBrains. I'm such a fan, and I'm so honored to get to speak at one of your events. Your active support to the developer community are just truly inspiring. You just stay awesome. And so I want to leave you with a Shakespeare quote for tonight. And it's to be or not to be, that's the question. Whether it's nobler in the mind to suffer, the slings and arrow of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of trouble and by opposingly end them. And that's it. Thank you.
Oh, Martin, you're still muted.
Every single time I have this happening. I was just going to say thank you, Mariekie. It was a really interesting talk. And also, I know you shared the love with JetBrains, but I also want to share some love towards you here, because I think it's really cool how you've made use of live templates in Writer to speed up the live coding and make that look really, really snappy. So well done there.
Big fan of the book of spells. We could do with more books of spells, I think. This is good. I got a couple of questions. I'm not particularly familiar with sort of Blazor and front-end type development, so I'm not familiar with Storybook itself. Can I just make sure that I got this right? It's a kind of an application or a container that allows you to build your own components, work on like a design system, work on them in isolation, and then use them to sort of put into an application. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. It's like having a library on its own, which will speed up your development cycles because you've got a template to work from. Now, Storybook is something that the JavaScript front-end developers will use, and it's very, very advanced, very, very rich, feature-rich, where Blazing Story is not. It's someone's personal project, but I just find it to be so useful, and it has really changed and improved my development speed as well. I just want the world to know about this.
Yeah, no, it looks really cool. It looks like a really useful thing, and I just wanted to understand that I was getting it right, because that kind of then leads me on to another question of how does sort of dependency management work there? If you've got Blazing Story to kind of host your components, how do you kind of mix everything together? Do you have to have Blazing Story kind of as a dependency to your application, or how does it work? Or is it just kind of like a testing ground which you then push your components to somewhere else to do it? How would you manage those sort of dependencies and lifetimes?
It can definitely be that, or in Blazing Story you can reference a component library. So you can't reference a web app, but you can reference a component library in Blazing Story, and that could maybe help you get around that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. That makes a lot more sense there. And similarly, then I was wondering if you'd be able to. I don't know if you've still got the code up there. Would you be able to just kind of take me through a little bit of the Blazing Story Bootstrap project?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it did, just point out any other kind of useful, or I don't know, main. What am I trying to say? The highlights basically.
The highlights? Well, the
Mhm.
highlights is the fact that it's actually very standard, as you can see. It's a WebAssembly, Blazor WebAssembly application. And I have the components right here in my Blazor project. You don't have to have that at all. And this is just a normal standard Blazor component, which is not really your question, but this is now tightly coupled with my story, because my story is now referencing back to that component. And this
Right.
is the nice part. This is the part where we can go and specify default values to properties and change the look and feel and behavior of that component. Now, I'm not sure if I go back to the app, it's still running over here. I'm just going to just close that tab. But if you are here on the docs folder, which is quite useful, so if any other developer now needs to use your component, they can come here, and there's some documentation about that, but they can change the look and feel of the component right here. I don't have any specific colors now, but let's say that's your big change. You can click on show code, and for every property, it's actually predefined to get this specific view. So all you have to do now is just copy this code and then paste it to wherever you actually want to call this component. It should help a bit.
Oh yeah, very much. I can see how this would be really cool. Thank you. That's a good one. I was going to ask about Playwright as well. I noticed that Playwright's there. I mean, it's a fantastic demo. Look, I've used Selenium before in the past, but Playwright's much more advanced than when I was using it, at least. And it looks really cool. I love the fact that you can write tests for accessibility. That's really useful there. I was just wondering, did you just say that it's only N units that it supports, or could it use some X unit as well?
It uses not X unit, MS test and N unit. There's no support for X unit, unfortunately.
Okay, cool. Is it a Microsoft project as well? Notice the package name had Microsoft in there.
So I used to have the notes on that, but yeah, Microsoft bought it over a few years ago. It was owned by another company, and they've now bought it over, as far as I know. And so the package name says Microsoft in there as well.
No, it's really cool. It looks like a very useful tool for all the code gen and the tracing and stuff. Looks really great way to be able to test your applications.
That's helped a lot.
It is actually really cool. I recently saw someone use Playwrights to generate screenshots for their documentation. So not just for testing, but essentially do an end-to-end scenario where they would click, enter a name, move the mouse, things like that, and then just grab screenshots whenever they were required for documentation. And that was really cool because whenever they did UI update, for example, they would get new screenshots auto-generated and added to the documentation. So really nice. Perhaps also a quick tip for people watching the stream here. We have a tool called JetBrains Aqua, or a plugin to JetBrains Writer if you want to install the test management plugin. That can definitely help you with like finding all the different selectors and so on that you have on your page. Works with Selenium, but also with Playwright, for example. So make sure to check that out, I would say.
That's interesting. Thanks for sharing that. Definitely will look into that.
A couple of other questions from the chat. A lot of Playwright-related questions, I would say. One was, how do you test after a login screen? So how would you write a test that requires a login where you go through that entire flow and make that work?
Yeah, so you can definitely save states of when you run your tests. So you can have one piece of test where you actually log in, and it will save that state. And then for every test that you run after that, you just call that state, share that state, and then it will continue from there onwards.
So it's essentially a little bit like you would have cookies stored in Playwright, and then you can reuse those cookies over and over in subsequent tests. Cool. Yeah.
Similar to that, yeah.
Another one was someone asking about whether Playwright can introspect Blazor WebAssembly states directly, or can it just use the document object model and the JavaScript state that is there?
That's an interesting question. I have to admit, I don't know. Sorry, not sure about that.
Honestly, yeah, same thing. I would say DOM for sure, because that's what Playwright does, but I have no idea about the WebAssembly state that is there. Yeah, there was one more question. I'm not really sure if it's a question that you can answer or whether it's more of a philosophical thing. It was about backwards compatibility of having Razor components and so on, and having pure HTML kind of components. So maybe let's go into the philosophical thing there. And again, also not sure if you're aware of web components, for example. How do you see Blazor evolve with something like web components, for example? Do you think that web components are going to become more popular in Blazor as well? Or do you think that most Blazor teams will be using Blazor components that might utilize a web component at some point? Or like, how do you see that evolving?
Yeah, well, I think both technologies will evolve. I have spoken to colleagues way back, and they were huge fans of web components and told me how very powerful this is. And in comparison with Blazor, that's relatively new in comparison. I think both technologies will just evolve over time. I don't think one will die. I think they both will just evolve over time. I'm very, very optimistic about Blazor, and I think it's going to stay here, and it's going to be a very, very good candidate for UI development.
Are you already using it in production at the moment?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That's why I'm smiling so big. I'm super happy. Yeah.
And presumably using the Blazing Story and Playwright as well, then, and it's all working out nicely.
Yeah, well, it comes with challenges. We've had some, especially, you don't want to, when you log in, where do you save your password and how do you work around that? Having it in the CI/CD pipeline, and that's why I know I've had so many issues trying to figure out what's going wrong with my test in the pipeline, because Playwright also offers a Docker image that you can use, which is very useful in the pipelines as well. So we are using it, and we are finding it useful.
So back in the day when I was doing testing with Selenium, testing in CI/CD was really difficult, and they were using trying to use headless browsers and things. Now, how does it work currently with Playwright? Is that
so you can specify options. There is a way that you can actually specify options, whether you want to run your test in head full or headless state, and same with when you're running it on the pipeline. But when you do your tracing, it will just record those screens. But it depends on your options that I set up there in my startup section as well.
Yeah, that's really cool. No, I'm new to a bunch of all of this there, so it's been really interesting to see how all this works and fits together. I can see how those all of the pieces there would work together to give you a nice working environment. I love the idea of having a storybook. It's great, of components which you can then pick and choose and bring into your application.
It's pretty cool. It's like building a design system that then people in the company can use, or people in other teams can use and reuse, and everything looks the same and feels the same. And it's tested for accessibility and everything, so that's really nice.
Yeah, which is the kind of thing I really need, because I've got no front-end skills at all. And so to be able to pick up components and be able to use them like that, and also to test them in isolation to see what it would look like, I find that very, very useful.
Useful, definitely. Yeah, no, I'm glad to hear. Great.
All right. I think with that, Mariekie, again, thank you for a fantastic talk. I think it is time to bring in our next speaker, who is going to go back a little, take a little step back, and not talk about Blazor, but talk about everything that is MVC and why MVC and everything there still matters. So hello, Alexander.
Hi, Alexander.
Hi.
Hey, welcome. we're not going to waste too much time doing introductions of your talk and so on. I think you can definitely handle that yourself. So I'm just going to give you the stage, remove ourselves from screen, and then let's see why we would want to use the good old MVC in our projects. Good luck.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, hi, welcome everybody to my talk. My name is Alexander Zeitler, and today I want to show you why MVC, specifically ASP.NET Core MVC, is still a good choice for web applications. And maybe you will see some tricks that make it a bit more common for these days. So just to begin with a little story, I have been a Microsoft product person since the 90s, and around 2010 I have been using very early builds of ASP.NET Web API, which was the first Microsoft library for building REST APIs, and I have done single page applications with Knockout.js. So it has been very early days of all that SPA and Web API story. And by 2014, I decided I didn't want to use Windows any longer because, yeah, I have been using macOS on the side and Linux, and it felt more comfortable for me. So there was an issue. I have been doing .NET since the early days, since 1.0. And I had to look for another stack because .NET Core wasn't born yet, or not ready at least. And it gave some delays, some may remember. So I decided to move on with Node.js and do sparse using Angular and React. Yeah, during my journey until 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, I rediscovered some parts of .NET. I played around with F#, and during my days on Node.js, I have been starting with event sourcing. And yeah, there were some good parts about Node.js, and there have been some not so good parts about Node.js. And somehow I felt I'm missing something. And I took back a look at .NET, and it has been very major at that time already. Speaking of .NET Core, of course. Yeah, and I was thinking, wouldn't there be something that made web development, especially web application development, more easier than it has been in the past? So I was remembering, okay, something like web forms might not be the right choice, but MVC, which I have been using before 2010, it might be a good choice again. So I played around with it, and I also quit my job at that time at 2021 and decided to start a side hustle. Yeah, that's a bit of introduction to lay some context for you why we're here today now. And I decided to do a side hustle because yeah, getting free money got a little bit harder. So no VC capital was the goal. And I think it's even harder for somebody to get started in something, building something new if you're not having some AI stuff baked in these days. So on the other hand, bootstrapping and indie hacking is on the rise, which means you have an idea of some product, of a problem you would solve. And most of the times this is solved by, or started at least by, a single developer who maybe build a team if it succeeds or may not. But you will start without VC money, and you have a decision to make or buy. So you either have something that very grown up at the start. Speaking of your platform, maybe .NET, maybe Rails, Go, whatever. And if you don't want to build wherever, you I have the option to have something which is integrated out of the box, or you have a community which is building a lot of stuff, but it also may mean that something could be abandoned at some point in time. And what I discovered as well is simplicity is also a key element of being able to bootstrap something on your own. And I felt like if I'm doing it the way I did application development in a larger team, like building web APIs first, building some single page application and replicating tasks on the client side and on the front end and on the backend side, this is not a good option to bootstrap something on your own. So what is on top is deep work is pretty hard these days. So we have notifications from our phones, from our tablets, some classics like emails. There's some constant stream of distractions. We have meetings, useful or not. And on top of that, if you are going to do a side hustle, you might not do it full time, at least at the beginning. So you have very little time, and that's some aspects of as well that played a role in my decision making. So what's also interesting, JetBrains had a poll a few weeks ago, and they ask, how often do developers get in a flow stage? And as you can see from the numbers, so it's ranging from almost always to rarely. And if you look here, you can see that almost or exactly 40% at hard times actually getting into a flow state when building applications or doing their work in general. So yeah, that's how I rediscovered ASP.NET Core MVC. And as I already mentioned, if you're building something on your own and alone, you want something that's batteries included. So I think .NET and ASP.NET Core is a great fit here because it has a rich .NET-based class library. And MVC has a battle-tested view engine, Razor view engine with layout and partials and HTML helpers. You can have conditions, you can have lists, whatever. So it's grown up, and it also has identity as an option you can activate and configure. You can have cookie authentication. You can throw it into OIDC and single sign-on and so on. It comes with localization. It comes with globalization. That's all stuff. When you are looking at social media, you are told, don't build that on your own. And then you are tricked into, hey, there's a SaaS that offers this, and it offers free for beginners. And at some time, you get your first bill, and then you notice, oh, that thing that ran for a few months and is running now costs me more money that I'm getting from my customers. So that's another aspect. What I think is that's inside that complete framework, ASP.NET, and it's a huge advantage. And I get that .NET or ASP.NET is sometimes a bit, not considered the real thing or a good thing outside from the Microsoft bubble. But I think it's truly estimated. And as you can see, if you look at other platforms, for example, Node.js, there's Bun at the moment, which is having a lot of audience they're doing something similar. They trying to provide an alternative runtime to Node.js and include more stuff that Node.js had included. And it tries to be less build intensive. It tries to include TypeScript support and such things. Same for Deno, for example, or Next.js, which started with something more on the front end, and then they started to go back to the backend, and it's like, hey, SSR, server-side rendering, is all the rage in the community in Node.js. And my first thought was, okay, and that's what we had 20 years ago already. So you can also see there is some stuff that looks very similar to ASP.NET Core, which is built in right now into new stuff. So I guess there's not everything wrong with ASP.NET Core and ASP.NET Core MVC. So yeah, you might ask, why not Blazor? So yeah, I took a look at the .NET 8 docs, and the part about ASP.NET Core MVC has about 200 pages, and Blazor docs as of version .NET 8 have about 1,400 pages. So there's a whole lot of stuff to learn if you want to get into Blazor. It has different render modes and all that stuff. And what I wanted to have was something very basic, and I could opt in with more complexity if required. So I could start with a focus on the problem I wanted to solve pretty much on the core of the domain of the business instead of learning new tech. I wanted to use something I am familiar with. Of course, this comparison of 200 pages versus 1,400 is not quite fair, because there's a lot of stuff outside of the MVC part, like, for example, tag helpers and such stuff, or some Razor knowledge that isn't part of this MVC part. So it's actually a bit more to that, but you can get the gist of it. So now I'm interested in what's your application stack, and we have prepared a poll, and you can choose to have ASP.NET Core MVC and Razor pages, so quite traditional approaches, or the new Blazor approach, or you can choose from single page application, Angular, React. And this also means you're building web APIs using ASP.NET, because I guess that's why you're here today. You're building something using .NET. Maybe I forget something, and then you can choose something else from the poll. Okay, so you might say MVC sounds quite nice, and there's some cool stuff about it, but one thing is, it's a monolith. And that's where we want to dig a bit into MVC and how we can use it in a different approach. So when we look at MVC, what we have been taught, it's pretty easy. It's model view controller. That's where the charts come from. And it says the controller manipulates the model. If we are going from over here to the model updates the view, and the view sends the user input. And that circle can turn forever. And of course, there are variations, but that's it in a nutshell, of course. And then we'll have a look at what we have made of it, because if we just go a little bit back again, there's nothing about a structure in an application or in a solution. For example, if you think in .NET, because MVC is not only available in .NET, it's available in Rails, and it doesn't really make some assumptions from the diagram here about how you structure your stuff. So let's go to a typical solution and some typical application that is a to-do application. And that's what you get when you start a new MVC application using .NET Core. May it be from the command line, or may it be in Writer, for example. And you have a to-do controller, you have a to-do model, and you have a to-do section with views, create, edit, and the index view, for example. And our to-do model might look like this. I have left away annotations, for example, for entity framework to keep things simple, but you can guess that there might be some attributes, for example, for identity and stuff like this, to describe our CRUD model for entity framework. Okay, and that's quite a bit for a simple to-do application. So we can have a title, we can have a description, and we can have a state represented by is complete. And we will have some sort of metadata like created at, or the due date, and the completion date if we set it to completed. And then we have the views on the left hand here. We have the add to do view, or create view as it was named, and we have some labels and some inputs, so we can enter the data from our model. So it's title, description, and due date. That's required to create a new to do. Other stuff like created on will be set from the controller, as we will see. So that's adding or creating a new to do. On the right hand side, so we have the view to edit an existing to do, and we have title and description, so we can change it. We can also maybe edit the due date, and now we can also set the is complete state. So we will get a checkbox, and we can update the to-dos. Both views share the same model as we have seen. So it's up to us to set the right properties or provide access to those properties in our views. And then there's a controller, and this ties all the views and all the functionality together. So we have an index view. It's an overview where all our to-dos will be displayed in the current state. Maybe there might be only the active ones, or maybe the completed ones might show up for maybe just 2 days after they have been completed. So I can reopen them, for example, or something different. But all these features might make our model a bit more complicated, and we might have to add properties. So that will play quite a role in the rest of this talk. And then we have a create method or action, as it's called in MVC, that is providing our form. That's the first one. And the second one will allow us to persist it in a database or whatever. Then we have that second part, that's the edit. And we can first do a get for that view, so we can show what we are editing, and then the actual edit is done via the HTTP post, and we can update our to-do. And if we want to, maybe we created it by accident or whatever, so we can delete the view, a to-do. And then there's something we always had in .NET, and I'm not sure it's a problem in other platforms that got that much attention. And the problem we always cared about, or not to say we have been scared about, has been coupling. So when your application grows, you want to have stuff to be decoupled. And what's coupling actually? So in software engineering, coupling is a degree of interdependence between software modules, a measure of how closely connected two routines or modules are, the strength of the relationship between the modules. Coupling is not binary, but is multidimensional. So That's what Wikipedia says. Wikipedia says a lot more about it, but that should be enough. And the problem with coupling is that it has been it has been fought for maybe 10, 15 years in ASP.NET and also .NET in general. And it's the question: how many IOC containers did we have in .NET since then? Because that's how it has been solved in .NET. And there have been a lot of other things, practices, principles, patterns that we have used to make the coupling as little as possible. So we started and made our code clean. Then we made it solid. We said, okay, we need a single responsibility principle, open-close principle, and all that stuff. That was all around decoupling applications and make them as loosely coupled as possible. But in the end, maybe we tried different architectural styles. So we said, okay, let's try layers. That has been in the early 2000s. And the idea was, if we can only access the layer below our current layer and not from a lower layer up to a layer above, we will have less coupling and we will have some sort of direction. So it went from presentation to business logic to data access and into the database. And we had some so-called cross-cutting concerns, logging, monitoring, and security. And that had been the style of applications until maybe 2008. Maybe it's even today. I don't know. Well, it didn't work out well, and then we tried hexagons and said, okay, let's build a hexagon and have a core of our application, which is inside the smallest hexagon. It's the application core. And then we can have a shell around it with business events and administration and persistence and notification. And then we have these adapters, and that's been the support and adapters architecture style. And something quite similar to it has been clean architecture. Instead of circles, I would almost say it's hexagons. So again, we had entities, our application, our enterprise business rules inside that core. And then the first circle around it was application business rules. Then we had interface adapters, again, adapters. And then we had framework and drivers. So it looks quite similar. And we had some flow of control, which can be seen here. So all these styles, when you have been looking at it, it was mostly about decoupling and testability and all that stuff. But in retrospective, it feels a bit like we didn't see all things, or we missed something. And that's cohesion. That's one of the things that has been talked rarely about it. The interesting thing is that if you look at Wikipedia, cohesion is mentioned in the coupling article or post on Wikipedia, but somehow it's got never mentioned or rarely mentioned. So in computer programming, cohesion refers to the degree to which the elements inside a module belong together. In one sense, it's a measure of the strength of relationship between the methods and data of a class and some unifying purpose or concept served by that class. In another sense, it's a measure of strength of the relationship between the class method and the data. So we will have a look at some pulling forces, and which these forces are coupling and cohesion. And you can have loose coupling and high cohesion, which is good, or you can have high coupling and low cohesion. And if you look at here, so we have only one connection, and there's a loose coupling and a high cohesion on that side. And high cohesion means that the parts that belong together are contained in the left box. And the same applies for the right box. And because there's no much connection between, they are loosely coupled because the right parts are in the right box, to say it. And quite the opposite is the parts are shared between the left and the right box, and that causes a quite chatty interface between those both boxes. And that's when you zoom out a bit, these boxes are business context or business rules or something. You may name it as you like. So if you name it bounded context, for example, or aggregates, for example, if you don't design them well, you will have much interaction between them, and that's this high coupling and low cohesion problem. Another thing is when we are navigating code, maybe we are joining a team as a new developer, for example, we need to read code. And every time we want to add a new feature or modify or expand a new feature, first we need to read the existing code. And that's what Matt said in the first talk today. We are reading code much more often than writing it, actually. And thanks to AI, it will be even less what we are writing. So it's about finding the right zoom level at some code. And there comes in another thing. It's named locality of behavior, and it's been defined by Richard Gabriel in his work named Patterns of Software. And locality of behavior says that a unit of code should be as wide as possible by looking at only that unit of code. The primary feature for easy maintenance is locality. Locality is that characteristic of source code that enables the programmer to understand that source by looking at only a small portion of it. So what does it mean? If I have an application, maybe some enterprise resource planning tool, some CRM, for example, that's a huge piece of code. And now I should change some small parts of it. And if I have to look at a lot of places, I can't get the behavior easily, what the code does, how it interacts, classes, methods, functions, for example, modules, and that's a problem. Let's look at example clean architecture application, and I'll explain it a bit more. It's not to blame clean architecture or something. It's like how .NET applications have been built like forever. We have a lot of solution folders, projects inside it. And this sample application actually is a to-do application. So we have 8 projects to build something like a to-do application. Why is it a problem? Problem comes in, as I already mentioned, is if I want to change something or if I want to add a new feature. And speaking of this, clean architecture to-do application. If I add a single property in that update to-do item, I have to change 7 files, and that's without the views. And I guess that's quite a problem, because if we look at it from another perspective, that's from the recent files dialog in Writer. And I had to split the solution tree into 3 panes to get it on my screen even. Set the files we have seen here in the actual solution. So when adding or removing, for example, changing a property, adding a new method, whatever, in a context of updating a to-do item, I will have to jump around between all these files, and they are in the domain, they are in the web UI, they are in the application. So you are constantly jumping around between several code files. You might have open at least 7 tabs. And yeah, that's quite a problem. So that's where I ended up and thought, what if MVC could look like a bit different? Because, as I said, model view controller first just says you have a model, you have a view in the controller. It says not how do you structure it. And that's where something different comes in. It's called vertical sliced, and it has been invented by Jimmy Bogart. I guess it's been 2018. It's a member of the .NET community, and he has also been a member of AlterNet community in the early 2000s when people started to question stuff Microsoft did in .NET and build their own stuff. Yeah, that's a different approach. So how does it work? Instead of saying, okay, I have set code that's scattered everywhere, and it does the same thing across different files, I'm saying, okay, I have code that belongs together. For example, updating a to-do item will be closer together. Or code for creating a to-do item, removing a to-do item, whatever. So you get several slices in your applications. And it's the scope of a feature, as you can see. So I can create, update, remove to-do items. And then there's one more step. What if I say that I put my pattern inside a slice? So I can say, I can have something like switch here inside every slice, as shown here. But there are more options to it. I can say, okay, my first slice might be implemented using MVC, using switch here architecture, and my second slide, for example, can be a simple transaction script. And then the third slice can be something completely different, which matches my problem. So I look at my context, what might be the best solution for it, and the slice is implemented that way without affecting another feature. So you can live side by side. If we look at our to-do application, which has been with about 8 projects, and we put it into a single project, and we have a features folder, and below that folder we have our features, and then we have our update to-do item, for example, and we include these 7 files into this folder. There is a better cohesion now, because that code that belongs together is closer together, and also locality of behavior is already much better. So how will look our controller right now? And I want to make a little switch towards our presentation. And this example now will switch to having products, because everybody has some sort of product in some way. And that's our controller that will add a new product. So as before with the to-dos, we have a view. That's the first one, where we can render our form, for example, and say, okay, you can add some details about the product and you can store it. And once you have clicked on the save button, the product will actually be saved. The key is That's all about that controller. It does one thing, it adds a product. So there's no update, no delete. You look at that code and you grasp it. That's all. And then we also have a different model. The model will be smaller. It will be more concise. And what's also important, we will have different models for different contexts. Or we might have multiple models for different features. And that avoids property creep across the solution. So as I mentioned before, at the to-do application, there's a problem when you add a new property. Your model grows, and somehow it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And that model isn't just a model. It should be a representation of your domain. And somehow you want to have a state that's always valid. So, but if you have a lot of properties, you end up and have that problem that you need to know, okay, the property A and property B is valid when it is in this state. And then it comes in property C and suddenly the status of A and B is invalid in some cases. And that's an issue. So how can we get to a state where the model is smaller and more concise, and these other requirements are fulfilled as well? And one way to achieve this is using event sourcing. And the models we have in event sourcing, I'm speaking of models right now, is commands, but they don't really matter that much in event sourcing. It's just to mention where the intent to do something comes from, and that's a model as well for me. And then we have events, and events are in past tense and they state what happened, and they are small. Not always, but most of the time, and you should strive for it to keep them small. And then you have an event stream. So it's a history of events for an aggregate. What happened? Okay, product has been listed, for example, if you think of a catalog. And then that's where an aggregate starts and comes to life. It's the beginning of the life cycle of that aggregate. And then you can say, okay, the name changed, for example, or the price has been increased or decreased. And all these events run under that stream for that particular aggregate. And then you have projections, which are read models or write models, and they are based on the events on a stream. That's pretty much it about event sourcing. And there's been written a lot about event sourcing. There's also been said often it's too hard. People don't tell the truth about it. It's more complicated, which is true to some extent. If you're building a real world application using event sourcing, you might need more than just a left-hand fold. And that's something I have been looking at around 2020. What's the state of event sourcing in .NET? And I came across MartinDB. MartinDB is an event store built on top of Postgres. It's about 9 years old now, so it's quite major, or pretty major, I would say. Because it's being built on top of Postgres, you can have strong consistency if required. That means if you are persisting an event and you're building a projection based on that event and it's happening in the same transaction, which you can configure, that projection will be consistent with the events. That's something when you are new to events, you often hear it's eventual consistency. So it makes things a bit easier. Sometimes you get versions of your events, and if you like it, pretty easy on your projections, which makes things a lot easier to reason about when you're looking for bugs, for example. So Martin has projections that had several types of projections. So you can have, for example, single stream projections, which means you can refer to the events of a single stream, or you can have multi-stream projections, or you can have custom projections. So there's a lot to it. It supports concurrency pretty well. And one of the key features to me is also the multi-tenancy model that has it built in. So you can have the classic with a column that has a tenancy key, for example. You can have different databases for different tenants. So it's pretty major at this point. And what's important, it doesn't make sense to have everything to be event sourced. And that's the other cool thing about Martin. Martin also comes with a document store. That's the store actually where the projections are stored in. And that's a document store. So you can use it the CRUD way you are used to, for example, from Entity Framework or maybe in Hibernate. And so you can have stuff that's not, I would say, much, for example, collaborative in the domain, or it's something basic, very basic in your application. You can just use a CRUD model to persist it here. And as your application grows, as you are learning, you can move on towards more event sourcing, or maybe less, if it makes sense. So how does it look like? It's pretty easy. So we have a record, product edit. Edit actually is quite of an anti-pattern because it says all or nothing. Maybe there's a better naming for that when you knowing more about your domain. So maybe, as I said, product listed, if you think of a product catalog. So you start listing that product in the catalog. And maybe that's the beginning of the life cycle. Then we have an ID for the product. That's actually not required, but you may want to publish an event to other services, to some external stuff, for example, or maybe other parts of your application. And then you might want to include that ID into the event. And we have a product name, for example. And then you can say, okay, I have another event, its product name changed. Again, it's great. You can see here it's not used from the screenshot, and it has a new name, for example. And then we have our product record, which of course has an ID because the document, that's the actual JSON document that's stored in Postgres, has an ID and it has a product name. And then we have this product projection, for example. It's a single stream projection of type product. And there's a convention that you need to have a static method, for example, named create, which returns that aggregate, let's name it that way, or a projection. And it's based on this event product edit. And then we are saying, okay, we are returning a new product, and that's it. And if we register this projection, it will start persisting product projections based on product edit events. And then we have another method, apply. And this will apply our product name changed event, and we can require Martin to give us the current state, the current version of that persisted projection. And we can change the product name because that's what we did in the event. And we want it to be reflected in our projection as well. So that's all we need to do event sourcing in .NET with Modern. For the beginning, of course. So when we look at our solution again, and think about vertical slices again, we can have a solution which looks like, or let's first say we wanted to have an application that might look like this. So we can have context which maps to bounded context from domain-driven design. And there's this thing called catalog, as I said. So that's where products, for example, come to life. Again, we want to list a new product in a catalog. And then we have some features like add a new product. And instead of having multiple files, maybe we can also put everything into this single file add product. And it would be great if you could also add our razor views within the same folder. And then there's some stuff we can add around this product, which is in the catalog. We can say, okay, we can add an image for that product. We can get the product image. We can get products. So the list of products, the actual catalog, for example. We can get the product title if we need it somewhere, or we can rename the product. And then we have another context, which is named sales. It has some features as well. And we can say, okay, we can get the product price, or we can price the product. So we can say, okay, that's the price of this product. And we can have furthermore context. So we can have shipping, warehouse, whatever. And then you might say, okay, that sounds great, but we have been doing sparse for a long time, and now our application doesn't have some reactivity. It is a server-side rendered page, and it's quite static. But there's a solution, and that's part of our views, how we can make reactivity a thing in a server-side rendered multi-page application. One solution, and it's my preferred solution, is using HTMX. It's pretty much like jQuery, which has been around in the early 2000s, and it's still around these days. But there's a difference. Every HTML element can trigger every type of HTTP request. And there are two packages, at least two packages for ASP.NET, where you can add support for MVC or Razor views for HTMX. But this is part of another talk today. It's the talk next after mine, one after the next. And now let's actually look at how this vertical slices thing looks inside code. So I will switch, and here's our solution. As I said, it's something e-commerce-like, and it actually consists of two solutions. And if we go here, we can see our contacts, catalog, and we can say, instead of adding or just saying add product, we are saying here add product to catalog. And as I mentioned, everything to add a product to a catalog is contained in this C# file. So there are no more files. And I have adopted a style I learned from F#. In F#, code inside a file or inside the solution can only be referenced from the code below. You cannot mix code together, which is not in that order. So we are starting with our model and say add product to catalog. And we are saying, oh, create a message if you are doing something wrong. And we say that product, can it be sold? And we have a product name, but we don't have a price in here. And I will explain it soon, why we don't have a price on that model. So that's our model we'll be using in our ReSharper use as our MVC model, so to say, to add a product to the catalog. And then we have a record product added to the catalog, as we have seen, which also reflects that can be sold information in its product name. We have the product name changed, and we have the actual product, which is the projection. And then we have our product projection, and this is a single stream projection of product. I just jump into the host configuration and show you its product. No, just go back. Let's use that. Here is it. It's in the event store configuration, which is called from the host configuration. And you can see we're just saying in our event store configuration, we will add some projection, and the projection life cycle is inline. That's what I mentioned earlier. If you want strong consistency, it's an inline projection. There are other types like async. That means, as the name said, it will be eventually consistent, or live projection will mean it will be updated as you read the model, and the events will be applied during the read. So it will be slower than inline projection, which are persisted in the database, similar to async projection. So we will just stick with inline projection to make things easy at the moment. And then we go back to our product catalog. And we have our product catalog, add product to catalog controller. So how do we make the context a thing? And that's a context is defined as an area here, which is a feature of ASP.NET MVC. And to be honest, I have rarely seen it aside from being used for ASP.NET Core Identity, but we can use it to structure our application and say, okay, we have a context. And then we say, okay, our route is context, for example, catalog. And in that context, we want to add a product. So we have our add product to catalog model here inside our add product to catalog action. And then we have our subscriber store. I will describe it soon, why it's called the subscriber store. And I have a message bus here. And then I say, okay, we will have a tenant ID, because my template is for building a SaaS application, which is multi-tenanted. So we already have support for tenants. And then we say, okay, the model state is valid at this point. Just create this event, create a session on the Martin event store, start a new stream of type product with the ID of that product added, which is a product ID, and add this event. And then we say, okay, save the session. It's like having the same as you, it's a unit of work that persisted here. Okay, and then I say, bastard publish async. I will publish that event. So where does that come from? Actually, I added another thing, and it's a message bus. Message bus is from Wolverine. It's a message bus library from the teams that made Martin as well. And of course, they integrate pretty nice. And you can have support for multi-tenancy in Martin, and it ties together with the multi-tenancy in Wolverine pretty well. So we are publishing an event, and then we are saying we are using our HTMX library and say, okay, when our product is created, we want to redirect our user to the product catalog overview page back again. And that's why we're not returning a view here. We are creating a status code only. And that's pretty much it. So why did I publish an event? And that's where another context comes in. It's a sales context. The sales context is the place where the pricing for a product actually happens. And that's why we don't have a price inside our product model in our catalog, because pricing happens in a different context of our domain. And that's where we start with our start product pricing handler. And that's another projection. Here is our projection type, and here's our projection implementation. So we have two parts. We have our product master data, if you want so, for our catalog, and we have our pricing data. And it can be managed in different contexts, and it's glued together by these events which are shared. So we have, as we have seen already, a create message. And the idea is, so if we have products, if you think of a company that's doing manufacturing, for example, you might have products you want to sell, and maybe so you're producing them or you're buying them and you are reselling them, for example. And then there might be products you don't want to sell directly, for example, welding fumes, welding stuff. You use it, you have it in your catalog to be able to order it, for example, but you won't sell them. You will use them to produce something and they will be consumed. And that's, for example, the idea of this thing. So you can say, okay, this product, if it can't be sold, it should not be part of a price list for our customer, because we are in the sales context. And then we have our pricing handler. And then we can say, okay, we want to do the pricing here. And then we can say, okay, we have a get price list. And then we can say, get subscriber events to ID from the user subscription. That's the multi-tenancy part. And then we can say, okay, the list contains our product pricing classes where pricing can be sold is false. And there's actually a bug I've just seen. And then we say, okay, we can view our list of prices. Something got lost here, but we can re-implement it easily. So we can just implement it and say await using var session equals store lightweight session, and then we can say product edit, and then we can say from here, from the product edit to catalog, we can say we are creating a new event, or we can just use it. It's a bit of a hack. I will explain it right now. Events stream of our product pricing, and we can say edit to catalog .id and edit to catalog, for example. Just let's do a new event to make it sure. Edit equals new idea. It's equals edit to catalog, and then we can say destructure it. We can say okay. Here, product name, and can be sold. And let's add it. So what you have maybe noticed is the writer full line completion, which is some sort of local AI inside writer. And that's another nice side effect of having code in a single file, code that belongs together, because these single line completions work best in the context of a file. And if you provide the whole context in that file, it can get the most out of it. Okay, and then we say session, save changes, await save changes async, for example. And that's it. And then the handler will save our product pricing. And we can say it cannot be sold. And we say, okay, it should be able to be sold. And that's it. So that's where we have our two contexts glued together. I said it's quite of a hack, because you might not want to publish the event when we edit the product here directly. Maybe you want to have an event that exposes less data or different data. And you might want to have a different event than here to create or start the product pricing. So you have to think about it a bit. Another thing is, I have used this iSubscriber store. So normally you are using an I document store, and that's a out-of-the-box store for event sourcing in Martin. iSubscriber store actually is a marker interface to say, I will have another store. Think of it like you would have different DB contexts in Entity Framework, for example. So you can have an application which has multiple stores. So you may want to not use iSubscriber store here, and instead have a sales store, for example, and you may have a catalog store. So these two contexts are completely isolated in terms of the storage. So each context, each service, if you would like to say that way, have their own store. Okay, so it might be that, yeah, it's unable to connect now because we have rebuilt it. So that's our application actually, and we have a catalog and a sales contact. And because ASP.NET Core application, the product that I already added, doesn't have or can't be sold, maybe because it's not ready yet. It's set to false, and that means it will not show up in our sales price list. And if I would add a product, so it has set can be sold to true, it would appear at sales. So, okay, let's go back to the slides for a moment. As I said, I didn't mention Wolverine up front. And here's a little overview about Wolverine. You can find more about it on the website. It's a command execution library, asynchronous processing library, messaging library, whatever you like. And it has an in-memory message pass. So you're not required to start with, for example, message brokers like RabbitMQ, SQS, or Azure Service Bus, but it's supporting them pretty well. And as I said, it has Martin integrations and that some more integrations. So you should definitely look at it. So let's get back a bit to some theory. And it's, again, JetBrains did a poll 3 months ago and asked which of these activities is the most time consuming for a developer. And people actually said understanding code is the hardest problem of all of them, or at least of them that are listed. Almost 50% said that. And just yesterday, JetBrains posted a follow-up where they posted a study how developers spend their time, and another one measuring program comprehension. So how well and how easy or how hard is it for developers to understand code? And the studies are also linked. You definitely might want to read them. Some of that works that contained in these studies looks quite similar to another diagram I have seen in a book a few years ago. It's Idea Flow. And that book says, so the book is about handling pain in software development or making it visible. And it says, how do developers work? So when you are getting into a new code base or you're trying to add a new feature or whatever, you have a phase where you, or phases where you learn, you have phases where you make progress, and of course there's troubleshooting when things don't work as expected. So a day of a developer could look like this, or maybe completely different. But so you're learning something, you're applying the learning, you are learning something more. Learning does not only mean learning the code, learning the business rules, for example, then you are applying it, and then, oh, it doesn't work. You are learning again, make a little change, make progress, and then comes the next obstacle. That's how we do it. And yeah, if we think or compare our two solutions that we have seen now and think about navigating the code, what's easier? The traditional way of having a lot of controllers inside the controllers folder, maybe even in another assembly. The same goes for views and for models, or have it close together. And in an ideal world, it's also named properly according to what the business does. So as I said, list product on a catalog, or increase purchase price, decrease sales price, for example. That names that you can look for, and if you have a tool like Writer, you can use name search for files, which almost works here, but also, of course, using property or class name search. And if you align your code close to the business, it's much easier now. But when we spread our cross around contexts, we have another problem, because now we have our product information, like our image, like our title, in our catalog service, and we have our pricing in another service. But in our UI, we want to display both side by side. So how can we do that? UI actually is a place where we have coupling, and we need coupling, because otherwise we couldn't couple things together. And there are two methods to do this. One is view model composition. So you compose the data and create views based on it. So your application UI knows about the view model and how to use them, or has an opinion how to display them, maybe speak also of it's our brand. Or you can have view composition, and a context can return a view in our shell, application shell, if you would like so. And we want to look at view model composition, how it can be done in the beginning, and how maybe you might evolve it over time. So I will just go to my terminal and stop our application. Looks like I need just look at view model composition. Okay, just starting it again. Okay. Okay, there's a little problem. I will just create a new tab.
Hey, Alexander, sorry,
Yeah.
we're just quickly dropping in. We are
Yeah.
running out of time, so we will have to go for the handover here. Are there any last things you want to mention as part of your talk?
Yeah. Okay, so I will just show the demo from Fraiteur directly. Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, okay, so we have our view model composition here. And it's another solution here. So we have some interfaces here, which I provide view model data, which is implemented inside a bounded context, which can provide model data. And there's another one which can collect view model data. And both have only one method. So one can provide view model data async, and they can collect view model data async. And I collect view model data async is actually in our get products controller. If we look at here, and it says I'm the data collector for a view model, and what I'm getting is some product IDs. I have mocked it here a bit, so I'm just saying, okay, I have some predefined goods. Actually, that would be the products from your database, and we get our product quick info data, which is our composed view model from different services. And then we will have a loop over our product IDs and collect the composed view model from our interfaces which are implementing the provide view model data. And then we will add this data and we'll display it in our get product view. And the same we can do. So we are just displaying our product name, for example, here. And if we do the same on get product, we are doing something quite similar. But that time, we will include our unit and price information, which comes from another service. So one time we have our get product master data, which will just contain name and unit of that product. And when we are going to provide sales data, that will include the pricing. So that's how we can compose our view model together. There's a product sales data, quick info provider, and the same is for our product master data. And these providers will be registered at scoped services. So if we want to, they could also access the HTTP context, for example. So they can live in the same assembly, but they could also access another service outside our context, application assembly outside our view assembly, which is our MVC assembly system. So that's how we can do composition. Of course, if you have a lot of data and you are going against the database, that might get slower, and you might want to mitigate it, either be it using caching, or you may sync data using, for example, change data capture to have some sort of read-only copy in a particular service and make set service the one that's serving the actual view model. So there are different ways, and it depends on performance, on your structure, and a lot of other things. But that's how you can compose view models together if you are structuring them or spreading them across multiple boundaries.
Okay. I'm afraid we're going to have to jump in there and leave it at that. Thank you very much for a fantastic talk there. There's been a lot of comments in the chat. I don't know if you want to join in the chat there. There's a lot of comments going on. A lot of love for MVC as well. A lot of people
looking for samples and how they can use this as well. So if you have links to share, blog posts, articles, and so on, it would be very great to have you in the chat there.
Okay, so I will jump to the end of my slide. So I also have a bit of why I like it. It's about tech helpers. So they are more powerful than the documentation says, I would say. There's some stuff about REST APIs, but here's a slide. If you want to follow up on that topic, you can connect on LinkedIn or join me on X. There's also a Discord channel where you can join me, or you can just drop me an email if you want to. So if there are follow-up questions. And of course, I will provide samples for view model composition and for the vertical slices architecture using MVC, including that little part of event sourcing and the messaging, which is in memory here, but you can easily extend it to whatever you like each year.
That sounds fantastic. Thank you. We'll make sure those links are shared in the chat there. And once again, thank you very much for a great session.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think with Alex leaving, it's probably also time for us to leave and bring up our next host that we have for the stream. So I want to welcome Khalid and Rachel. Hello.
Hi there. How you doing?
Hello, hello.
We're doing good. Thanks. We've had a great morning so far. Well, depending on your time zone, we've had a great couple of hours on the session so far. And yeah, we hope there's plenty more still to come.
Yeah, it's I've been kind of enjoying a lot of the talk so far today. It seems like chat is into it too. So thank you for everyone joining us today. I think that's pretty cool. So
absolutely nice to see the interaction in the chat. It's always good.
Yeah. So Martin, Matt, any last words before you leave for the day? Go get a drink.
I just want to say to the audience that they will be in great hands. I think you and Rachel will be fantastic hosts for the remaining sessions.
You're just happy we're not going to be on Slack, trolling half of our coworkers for the rest of the day.
That too. This can just keep you out of trouble for a little bit. Try not to get into trouble while streaming.
Yeah. All right. We'll try to keep it safe for work here. So all right. All right, guys.
See you later, folks.
Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll see you later. All right, you can drop off now. Bye, Matt.
Yeah, we're at least at the helm. Woohoo!
Hey, Rachel, are you excited about the next talk today? I'm pretty excited about it because I've been a big time post-Sharp fan.
Yep.
And the title is a little provocative. So Without further ado, we should introduce our guest, Gael. Let's add him to the stream. Hi, Gael. How are you doing?
Hello. Hi,
I
Rachel. Hi, Khalid.
Hi. I see there's a nice bonsai tree behind you. I love bonsai
Indeed.
trees, but sadly, I can't be near them. I always touch of death them. So
This one has been surviving for many years.
oh, you're so lucky. So on that note, let's get to your talk. We want to give you as much time as possible. We'll be here behind the scenes if you need us, but the stage is yours. We'll be watching chat, gathering all those questions. So again, chat, if you have any questions for us or guests, please put them in chat and we'll get to them at the end of this talk. So Good luck, Gael. We'll see you later.
See you in a bit.
Great. How do we overcome the broken Windows syndrome in .NET? That's what we're really talking about today. And well, you know about the broken Windows syndrome, but basically what we are going to talk about is code quality in the long term. How do you cope with code quality and long projects, many years with many people? When people rotate, that's a problem. And for this, in this talk, I will show a few code verification techniques for .NET developers and teams. So code quality is a pretty broad area. And in this talk, of course, just 45 minutes, I cannot go through all of this. So part of code quality is code style, formatting, security and performance pitfalls, these kind of, I would say, general rules. And you have pretty good tools for that already now. They're pretty well known. I would cite just numerous analyzers. You can find the thousands of or maybe just hundreds of ReSharper or Rider inspections. So I will not talk about that, but just remember that that's a part of it and it generates a lot of warnings. So the first part of my talk is going to be about project-specific rules. How do you enforce code quality against rules that are not like general rules? You cannot just customize them, you need to program them. So that will be the first part. And then in the second part, well, I will assume you have a lot of warnings, these thousands of warnings. You have broken Windows, and how can we cope with this situation and still reach better and better code quality when actually you have warnings? That will be my second part. So 3 parts. First, why do you care? And before that, I would like to say a word about myself. So my name is Gael Fraiteur. I grew up in Belgium, and I've moved to Prague. That's more than 20 years ago. In 2004, I started working on PostSharp. So I'm the founder of PostSharp. And more recently, we ported PostSharp to Roslyn. That's Metalama. I've been coding since 1990 when I was 12. I've been coding in .NET since 2002. Can you remember there were no generics at that time? So that's a long time ago. So why should we care about validating project-specific rules or validating architecture? So let's talk about architecture erosion. Typically, when you have an important project, not a small one of just a couple of days, but say a project, you have the architecture team or role that start thinking about the architecture. And the architecture team delivers diagrams like dependency diagrams. They may do a base framework, naming conventions. They would come with rules to implement specific patterns. So, for instance, you may want to implement notify property change in some way and logging in some way, or singletons. So they set up a set of practices. But guess what? Most of the time, these rules are expressed as text or diagrams, and they are not expressed in an executable form. So And because these rules are not automatically enforced, well, we get what is called architecture erosion. That means that the implementation in source code is farther and farther from the initial concept of the source code. So normally, to limit architecture erosion, we have code reviews where architects may take part, but actually these are slow. They may take hours or with a latency of many days. And so you get a broken window syndrome, like some defects go through the slips. You see a defect, you say, why should I care when my colleague doesn't care? You know, this is the broken window syndrome. And not only that, it's not only the broken window syndrome, but once you have an architectural defect and you apply a process that is a regular process, it is to build software according to rules. If you start building according to a defect, you will amplify and propagate the defect in your complete architecture. And here it was nicely, this concept was nicely illustrated by this Mexican artist in an installation called The Castle. At the basis of the wall is the book The Castle of Franz Kafka. So pay attention, it's not just the broken window syndrome, it is also the propagation of defects through, I would say, a crystallistic structure that you could compare your architecture to. So why should we care? The first thing is that the more exceptions you have to your architectures, that means the more violations you have and the more complexity you have. What is complexity in a code base? This is the number of rules, but also the number of exceptions to the rules. So the complexity of a code base is not necessarily its size, because if all forms are exact executions of a pattern, then it is easy to learn the code base. So the complexity is a function not only of rules, but also of exceptions. So we need to reduce these exceptions or violations. If you don't do that, you have, of course, lower productivity because you need to learn the code base. And my colleague of the previous session talked about cognitive complexity. So cognitive complexity is higher, you need to think more, and you do more bugs. Also, because your colleagues understand less. Also, it is more difficult to refactor the code to add features, so you have poor maintainability. These are all costs of architecture erosion that we want to avoid. And at this point, I would like to bring a poll. Can we open that in YouTube? The question is, what is more challenging to enforce in your projects? And first is the code style and formatting. Second is architecture, dependencies and structure. Then design and implementation patterns to make sure that everybody implements cloning the same way or notify property changed. And 4 is code deduplication, making sure that people in the team do not copy-paste code. So I don't see the code. The poll results, maybe Rachel or Khalid can jump in and say, tell me when I should, how I should show the results.
So I can tell you right now. So we have 57 votes. Code style and formatting is at 9%. Architecture dependencies, 35%. Design implementation patterns, 44%, 45%. Code duplication is at 11%. So it seems like design and implementation patterns is first, with architecture, dependencies, and structure coming in second. So hopefully that clears things up.
Yes, perfect. It's exactly what we are going to focus on, architecture and design patterns. And I think partially it's because the IDEs has done a great job at addressing the problem of code formatting already. So In this section, I will present 4 tools and actually 4 different approaches to identification of architectural defects. These 5 tools will be an architectural unit test framework, just a plain old command line verifier, a custom Roslyn analyzer, and depend will be 4th, and Metalama architecture will be 5th. Let me start with probably the most straightforward approach, architectural unit test. There is a framework named ArcUnit-Test. It's an open source framework, and it's actually a library that you can use with the XUnit test framework. It's also compatible with other frameworks. I will show it with XUnit. And the idea of ArcUnit-Test is that it loads a set of assemblies, and it uses monosysl to reflect them. So it loads binary assemblies already compiled, and then it exposes the code model. And using a Fluent API, you can do code queries and execute assertions. Let's jump to my virtual machine. And first, I will show you a very, very small project that has some architectural issues that I would like to validate. So I have an iDocument factory interface, and I would like to enforce that all instances of this interface are called factory and not say creator or anything else. So that's one rule that I would like to enforce. Also, I have an abstraction namespace. I would like this namespace to remain abstract and to forbid developers to reference implementations. So that would not be an acceptable code, and I would like to validate that. And then I have another rule that I would like to all implementations of this interface to be in this namespace and not here. So that's what I would like to do. This is my my business project, I would say. And now I would like to go to the ArcUnit-Test project, which is a classic XUnit project. There is nothing special here except that we have a reference to ArcUnit-Test, and unsurprisingly, we have a set of test methods facts. So the first thing that I need to do here is to define an object architecture that is actually a set of assemblies that need to be analyzed, and then I will have one test method for each rule that I would like to enforce. And these rules can be read in a quite natural English manner. So types that implement the iDocument factory interface should have a name that ends with factory. And I check that for my whole assembly set. The same with the other rules. Type that implement the iDocument interface should be in this namespace, and types that reside in the abstractions namespace should not depend on any other namespace. I have 3 rules. I can run the unit test here, and because I have 3 violations of these rules, you will see that all my unit tests are red. You see in correct English, approximately, at least, that this rule has failed. So the test framework is able to generate natural English based on your query, and it says what is the violation. Document helper does depend on invoice and is not supposed to. So that's how this works. Now there are things that I like, things that I don't like. So the thing that I like is that it's free, it's simple, it's familiar, it integrates with test runner, so it's something that you and everybody already knows. Now, it's not a real-time code analysis. It doesn't provide you the kind of natural and native experience. It's not like a squiggle, a compiler error or warning. So that's that's a limitation according to me. Also, there is no link to source code. You cannot double click on the unit test and go to the violating declarations. I think that's a limitation. Maybe easy to fix by the framework authors. I don't know. But the bigger thing I see is that you cannot have warnings. You will only have errors. So that means that you cannot bring that in the middle of a project and say, well, it's okay, I will have 100 warnings. So it's a zero warning strategy. But actually, if you are fine with a zero warning strategy, then it's okay. That's a valid approach. Now, there is another approach, and it is to build your own verifier completely from the ground. So, and do just a command line executable to do that, and you add this to your build process. It's actually not complex. You could do that based on reflection, except that reflection doesn't give you enough information about dependencies between components. You cannot dive into the implementation of method bodies. You could use CSL. This is actually the library that our unit test uses. In my opinion, it's too complex, but maybe I'm wrong and biased because I build a competing stack to CSL. Roslyn, you can use Roslyn, load the project on Roslyn, but in my opinion, there is too much complexity. Just finding references may be complex. And here, so I will show you that you can use one of the libraries that we built for our own product. It's a free library that you can use, and it exposes the code as an object model. So that's this is an exe, so an output. The output time is exe, so that's a program. I need a couple of packages, and then it will just be a standard program where I check my arguments, and then I load the CSproj or the SLN into a workspace, and I do queries on the workspace. So, and here it is more query oriented. So I select types whose name is iDocument Factory. I get all derived types, and where some derived type does not end with factory, I report a warning. So there is a lot of simplifications that are provided by the Metalama workspace package. And then at the end, I can take my decision. I can fail the build if there are warnings. I can fail the build if there are errors. So that's a valid approach. And I can run this tool. I could run it, for instance, from Visual Studio Code. Now I think I forgot. Well, I can run it this way, and it will emit warnings that I can click on. So you can put that in your CI pipeline. You can run that from an IDE, and some IDEs will resolve these links to errors. I don't know how to do that with other IDEs than Visual Studio Code, but that's really not a big deal. So that's an approach that you can use. It's simple. It is free. You have complete freedom because it's not a framework. You can make a difference between an error and a warning. You can define that you are going to to tolerate 100 of errors, but not 101, and so on. So the problem is that you still don't have real-time code analysis, and the IDE integration is really basic. Yes, you can put that in your build. You can make the warnings clickable if it is inside your CSproj. That's all possible. So when to use that? Well, you can use that for experiments. You can also use the same API in LinkPad actually, and do code queries there, and use that also when real-time feedback is not not really needed. Now, when you need real-time feedback, the first thing to look at and to understand is our Roslyn analyzers, because if you want your analysis to be portable to different IDEs, you will have to use Roslyn analyzers one way or another. So analyzers are one of the 5 extensibility points of Roslyn. So the second are diagnostic suppressors. You have code generators, you have code fix providers, and code refactoring providers. These are all officially supported extensibility points. There is no hacking. All IDEs support them. And they execute both at design time and at build time. You don't need to write the same code twice. And you have full access to semantics. So you have your resolved compiled code if you want. And you can go to the syntax level and go to a single token, which is a good thing that you cannot do, say, with Cecil or with, I guess, Metalama Workspace. You would need to use Roslyn from Metalama to do the same. But Roslyn analyzers, they are optimized for performance. This is a compiler extensibility point. Is not really done for business applications. So let's see that in action. I will switch it back to Rider, and let's make an analyzer project. This is a standard class library project, except that it must target .NET Standard 2.0 because it will run under .NET Framework, possibly according to the version of Visual Studio that you are running. So because I like to use the latest C#, including nullable, I use polyfill to fill the gaps in C#. That's a good thing to add. And most importantly, you add this package, which is the C# language implementation in Roslyn. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that you create a diagnostic analyzer class that you export, because Roslyn has a kind of dependency injection framework inside. You need to export your class. Then you define the warning that you may want to report. You need to create a diagnostic descriptor. You export it here in this property, and then the real work starts, because inside the initialize method, you need to register analysis actions. And here, because I want to analyze the already linked code, that means that identifiers have been bound to their definition. So references are bound to their definition. This is a symbol. Here I took the easiest rule to enforce, which is the naming convention. So I'm analyzing any named type, which are classes and anything, structs and delegates and so on. And if the name ends with factory, but it doesn't, if the name does not end with factory, but it does implement iDocument factory, then I will go through all syntaxes references, which means to all partial classes. In this case, I find the identifier and I report my diagnostics. So this is my analyzer. It can be much more complex, and you could have a 2-3 hour talk only about Roslyn. So I'm not going into these details. But the next step is that you include the analyzer in your project, and you don't forget set the output item type to analyzer, and make sure that you do not reference the output assembly so that the analyzer doesn't flow to the consumer of your package. Once you have this in place, when you go to a violation like this, you can see that you have a warning. You can check that this warning here is the one that I defined here. Okay, so doing simple things can be simple. The problem with Roslyn is that it's a very deep, very branched rabbit hole. So the benefit is that your warning will feel native. It will feel like something that comes from the compiler or from the IDE. Roslyn is a very detailed and complete API. There is no gap because it gives you the data that is used to compile and to support the editor and so on. It's supported by most IDEs, including Visual Studio Code and all like OmniSharp and of course Fraiteur. It's from Microsoft. Nobody has even been fired for choosing something from Microsoft. Free, open source, but it can be complex to do something a bit more difficult, like having custom attributes to represent your constraints and so on. So when to use Roslyn, in my opinion, it is when you have a large number of developers consuming your APIs. So if you are an API company and you ship APIs to thousands or tens of thousands of developers, then it makes sense to invest into a better developer experience. Or if you have a very large team, which I think should be over 50 or 100 to make really sense. Now, I would like to have a quick look at another tool. It's a very big tool called NDepend. It has been there forever in .NET, I think since 2008, approximately the same time as ReSharper. And it's a very complete code quality tool. And there is a way to do architecture validation with this tool, even if it is not the main focus. NDepend is a standalone tool, but it is also available as an extension to Visual Studio. Typically, the first thing you would do when you use NDepend is that you would request a dependency graph, because what you would like to do is to study a code base that you don't know or you no longer know. And here you see immediately in red that this relationship here is red. It means there is a problem there, because it immediately sees that there is a cyclic dependency between abstractions and documents. So you see, NDepend has architecture rules built in. You don't need to code everything yourself like with the other tools. Now I will do the same exercise as with other tools and implement these custom rules. And for this, I go to the Rules Explorer. I created these rules in advance. There are 3 here. And let's see how we implement that. Types implementing iDocument factory are named factory. So here is the query. And in NDepend, we don't create warnings in the source code. We actually create warnings in the report. And here we say there is a warning if this count is over 0. Then we run the report. And when we show the report, we will see the set of rules that are violated and the number of violations. Here I can click on the rule and I see where is the violation. So I cannot so easily go back to the source code and edit that. That's one difficulty I see. So the benefits of NDepend is that it's really complete. I really just scratched the surface. It's really deep. There is a dedicated user interface. It's really a tool for architects. It creates reports. It's very fast to create queries, to evaluate them. There is no real-time analysis. You do not have this native feeling of like errors in your source code. This is a commercial product with a licensing cost. And it is complex, in my opinion. You need to study that. It's really a tool for architects who have time to spend in learning a tool. So when to use it, in my opinion, again, it's when you come to a new code base or to a code base you no longer know. You need to do an assessment to find the problems, to explore that, and then you find the rules that you would like to improve. Now I will show a 5th tool, which is the tool that we built, and we didn't build it for code validation. We did actually build it for code generation, but it has a second pillar, which is code validation. And so I will show how how this works. This tool is based on Roslyn, so it is a layer on the top of Roslyn. So we will have all the benefits of Roslyn, plus plus the benefits of having a simpler and more powerful API in case of code generation than Roslyn. There is a free edition. There are also commercial editions. Let's move. And before I go to code generation, I will very quickly show code generation. So here is a logging aspect or a logging template that I would add to a method to add logging. So you see that there are some placeholders here. So I'm adding the logging aspect as a custom attribute to the method. I can add it differently too. I see there is one aspect here. I can preview the transformed code. When I execute the code, I will execute the right part of the diff. The left part is the source code, the one that I commit in Git. Now I can do much more complex things like notify property changed, and the aspect can generate much more code, like changing an automatic property and analyzing the full time, what are the dependencies, generating the code, and so on. So this is the code generation pillar. It's not what we are going to focus on today. We are going to see more on how we can use Metalama to do code validation, because Metalama is Roslyn-based. It also runs within the API. That means that we can do real-time code analysis. We will use Metalama as a NuGet package. We will use this open source extension package. Metalama extensions architecture is an extension package, and it has a set of pre-made rules that I can use, and I will show. One is the coding convention that is pre-part as an open source aspect or rule that I can use. So I can add this rule to a member here, document factory, and when I come to a violator, it was this one. You can see that I have the violation here. So that is one way is to use custom attributes. The other way that Metalama solved the problem of architecture validation is through what we call fabrics, and these are compile time types, so types that run within your IDE or within the compiler at compile time. And here we are selecting so we are selecting this namespace, and we say that this namespace cannot be used from the abstraction namespace, for instance. So we create rules, and as soon as they are in your project, actually right after the first build, when it is in Rider, is being evaluated and enforced in real time. So that's a quick look at Metalama. Yeah, I forgot one case that if there is no ready-made rule, you can create your own rules, and you can validate any reference and actually write the code as you want. Okay, it's not something that is closed. It is easily extensible, and because it is open source, you can take examples to see how it example on the real code to see how it's done. So Metalama for code validation is the only tool actually that is both simple and real time. It provides you with the native experience. You can suppress, escalate warnings as just with compiler warnings. There is a free edition, Metalama free. For the other editions, there are licensing costs. And when is it useful? Well, it is, in my opinion, completely biased, of course, since I am the architect and founder. Well, it is designed for business applications where you cannot invest in complex Roslyn analyzers, but you still want to provide this real-time validation to your team. So now we are done with the first section that we detected warnings. We detected thousands of warnings, and now how do we cope with them? That's the next issue. How do we manage code qualities? And I will talk about 3 strategies, and really the first one is to say, well, let's do 0 warnings. Let's have no broken window at all. You know, I would not do that for an interactive build, because it means that doing every single build, like running every single debugging session, will be painful. Maybe I would do that for continuous integration. And actually, this is what we are doing in our own development pipeline. We have this kind of code here that when we run on TeamCity, we have 0 Roslyn warning. And then for the ReSharper warnings, we actually have a stronger profile that we run once per release. At the end of the release, this is our workflow. Now, if you have a lot of warnings, you need a quality management tool. And there are 3 that I know in .NET. And I will talk, of course, about JetBrains one, Codana. And Codana is a code quality platform. So it's not just a tool, it's really a platform. You could compare that as an online database of warnings, and you can manage your warnings with a service. So let's switch again to code and to here. So I ran Codana on some of our real projects. So here you see the real warning. So this is how the service looks like. You can see that there are problems. There is some breakdown of how the problems are. And there is another thing that, in my opinion, is much more important than just this breakdown. But for this, I will go to this project where I have just a few warnings, but at least I have a history. You see that I start with many warnings, and progressively I'm fixing a few of them. So you can actually judge the quality of the code and have a historical, a timely view of your code quality. And this is the core dimension of a code management, of a quality management tool, is to give this time dimension. So Codana integrates with most CI pipelines. Here, for this example, I integrated with Roslyn workflows, and it is actually quite simple, described in the Codana's documentation. There is just one step to add. So the concept is that this step is going to collect all warnings from your code base for this particular commit, and is going to upload it to your Codana service. And then, so it's a bit like log ingestion, if you are familiar to this concept, but here it is warning ingestion, and then it is getting managed by the service. Codana supports 60 languages and frameworks because it's based on JetBrains IDEs. Actually, the analytic engines are the same as ReSharper and Rider, and there is a nice integration with JetBrains IDEs, which I will show you, because this one is really nicely done. If I go to a warning here, you see that this is a warning from my code analyzer, and this one is not from Metalama, but I could have the same from Metalama because it is all based on Roslyn. So, and I can click on Open File in Rider, and it opens Rider, and it exactly positions the IDE at the right location. And here I have the server-side analysis. That means the state of warnings on the server. So that's a very nice integration that I don't think you will find with other tools. So, okay, we have tools. What are the strategies that we can implement with these tools? Because eventually this is the objective, is to implement strategies. One is to say, okay, I have this code base where I have these 15,000 warnings, but I don't want more warnings. I want quality from now. I want to start writing nice code from now. So one answer to the question, how do we overcome the broken window syndrome, is that we commit not to create more broken syndromes. And the way that we are doing that is that we are creating, with Codana, we create a baseline. I will show you, I have a very, very short baseline here. The baseline is a set of problems. You see here, this is a meta-llama warning. It is a set of problems that I choose to ignore for now because I want to move on with my project. And this is a fundamental concept because we have this ability to ignore warnings and to say that from now is going to be better, then actually we have a lever to improve our code quality, because we don't need to be overwhelmed with the previous 15,000 bugs. So that's an essential feature. It's actually very simple to demonstrate, but conceptually it's very important to have that in your toolkit. Of course, I can remove that from a code base. I can go back to my problems. I can move the warning to the code base, and once it is moved, there is one more manual step to do. I need to download the file that is the baseline file. It's a JSON file. I need to put that in my commit, and here is the suppression straight inside the code base. So first strategy, quality from now, baselines. And the third strategy you can implement are what are called elsewhere quality gates. It means that for different kind of events, like merging a PR is one kind of event, or doing a release, maybe another quality gate, you will specify failure thresholds. That means that you will say, I will allow no critical bug, up to 10 important bugs, and 1,000 of medium defects. So in these thresholds, you can also include requirements on code coverage. You can include requirements on licensing to make sure that, for instance, GPL is not used, or these kind of things that are don't cover in this talk. Quality gates are expressed like this in Codana YAML. You can exclude some analysis, and you can also specify quality gates, failure conditions. Once you have failure conditions, Codana will fail. So look here, this is my GitHub workflow. And at this point, I changed the threshold to 0. And Codana started failing because I changed the threshold to having no error at all. Okay. So we have 3 strategies. One is 0 warnings. The second is baseline, quality from now. And the third are quality gates, define quality gates. I'm a bit skeptical about this one because I don't know if I'm the one doing the last commit and committing the 1,000th warning, I would be blamed, but my colleague who just committed 10 warnings before would not be blamed. I'm not sure about the operational value it's in real life, but I don't have a experience with that. Just pay attention that it can have influence on the relationships between developers if you implement that. So for me, the benefits of Codana is that, well, there are thousands of ready-made analyzers that come from the JetBrains products. So the code style part is covered. You have tools to effectively manage thousands of warnings. It's multi-language. There is very nice integration with JetBrains IDEs. the inconvenience for me is that there is one more service to operate in your pipeline, in your workflow. May create some friction, but actually this is what you want. You want to create friction. That's the objective. There is no built-in support for architectural rules, so you need to use other tools like MetaLama or custom analyzers. So use Codana when you want a tool to manage technical debt, when zero warning is not a solution for you, and of course specifically and especially when you have multiple languages. So I'm coming to the end of this presentation, and a few conclusions. So code quality is not just code style. Code style used to be a problem, but with the great progresses with code style verification done, I think first by ReSharper, I think it was the first tool really doing that well, and then catching up from Microsoft. So this problem seems to be addressed, but architecture validation still needs some custom tooling, some ability to do custom rules. Then you get the problem that you have too many of these warnings, and you need to define a strategy. And to implement the strategies of quality gate or of quality from now, so baseline, you need tooling like the one like Codana. You need a tool, because just CI integration without additional tooling will not do the trick. Thank you very much for your attention. We have a few minutes for questions.
Thank you so much for that great talk. A lot of people have been kind of talking about MetaLama in the chat and kind of excited to get into that. So I posted the links to MetaLama. If folks want to check that out, they can go to that. But let me start with the first question. Viewer SLE6 asks, would a quality gate be useful for a break glass workflow where you need to get a change out fast, but can't address the lower warnings right away, like during a catastrophic incident? So I'm guessing there's a sense of urgency. Maybe a bug was discovered in production. How do people bypass, or should they even bypass, these quality gates to get a fix out quickly?
Well, I think it's a managerial question and not really a technical question, because you need to think about that within the scope of your organization. Who is going to have the right to do that? Technically, with Codana, it's easy to create many workflows. You could have an emergency workflow, but who is going to have the right to run this workflow? That's how I would address that. And actually, I don't know how to answer technically how to give someone the right to run a workflow. Maybe in TeamCity is going to be possible, not in GitHub Action. I'm not able to answer this.
Yeah.
I
was going to say that you actually gave a really good answer there. It's like, it depends on your organization and how you have your team structured. So technically anything is possible. You could definitely set up those different workflows to bypass quality gates. So I think you answered it really well. Rachel, do you have a question?
Yeah, so you make MetaLama. Do you want more of a meta programming language, or is C# good enough?
MetaLama is purely C#. So when I've shown the aspects, it was purely C#, but we interpret some parts of the code as being compile time and some part of the code as being runtime. Okay, because we have this magic meta keyword, which is actually a static class, but it looks like a keyword because we use nice colors to change that. So this keyword means that what is on the left, on the right part of the expression is compile time, and so we can interpret that. That's how we work. So it's purely C# to C#. It's just the way we compile C# is different.
Yeah, another question I had, just kind of watching your presentation, you're talking directly to our audience, developer to developer, but when you're talking about code quality in a group, who do you feel is typically responsible for setting up rules, maintaining rules, and ultimately maintaining the quality of a code base? Is it architects? Is it developers? Is it everyone? Like, what are your opinions?
This will depend on the company culture. So we have this question quite often at PostSharp, because typically we hear from customers that only 10% of developers would create aspects or create the architecture. They generally don't tell us who the role is, and this will depend from organization to organization. What I think as a good practice, the roles should exist, but now the person under this hat doesn't need to have a title. But I think it is important that if you are a developer on a team, at some point you say, now I take the hat of the architect and I'm going to take decisions so that the work of the developer role is going to be better organized, that we are not going into naming conflicts, that what's important is to make a difference between the role and the persons and make sure that the role is fulfilled. Even if you don't have architects, you still need architecture, and you still need a way to enforce that the developer role respects the decision of the architecture role.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like whatever role you have, you need the respect of the team and the ability to actually succeed at that role. So it's like I think that's a good point as well. It's like making sure that, yeah. Yep. Rachel, any last questions?
No, I mean, I was just going to say, like, as far as like we're concerned, we just blame everything on Khalid and move on. It makes everything very easy.
Yeah, you can blame me too. It's fine. It's okay. Yeah. Everybody blames me. It's all right.
Or you can blame it on the last person who left the team.
Last person who worked there. We don't have a lot of turnover, though. We don't have like the last person to blame. So it just got to be Khalid. So.
Yeah. On that note, any last thoughts or comments for the audience? I know everyone should go check out Metalama. Very cool. I know you have a lot of samples out there for folks who want to get started. So
there are videos, there are samples, extensive documentation. There is a free edition. You can do up to 3 aspects. There is Visual Studio integrations. A lot of cool stuff, a very big rabbit hole. You can have fun during days, and you can also get productive within hours.
Yeah, and just
thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, and just to let you know, the folks in chat, I've seen folks who are interested in Metalama that want to do it for Unity, so game development, for business applications and things like that. So it's definitely possible to kind of use Metalama for all those things. So again, thank you so much for this talk. A lot of people learned a lot of things. They love this talk. So thank you again. And we'd love to have you back in the future. So
thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Very, very cool. I always like metaprogramming, Rachel. It's it's a very neat concept, and it's a very cool way to kind of enhance the baseline .NET experience. So definitely people should check that out. But talking about enhancing the .NET experience, our next talk is actually talking about enhancing the ASP.NET experience. So do you know who our next guest is, Rachel?
I think it's Woody, isn't it?
I think it's Woody. Yeah. So without further ado,
Woody with HTMX.
Yeah. Let's invite him on. I haven't seen Chris in a while.
Hey. Hello, Chris.
Yeah, it's been a while, Khalid. I'll see you Friday morning when we record our podcast. But yeah. It's good to see you. Hey, Rachel.
Hello.
Two of my favorite people.
So our previous guest Alex kind of hinted at HTMX, and I know I saw a lot of people in chat kind of wondering like, hey, what does this line mean, or what is this doing? So
Yeah.
hopefully folks who have sticked around since that talk will have their answer or their questions answered by you. Yeah, this should be a good talk. So
if
Yeah.
we didn't have
and
a
if I
poll
can't
set up,
answer it, oh, sorry, Rachel.
oh, my bad. I was going to say, if we didn't have a poll set up, I don't know if we did or not, but it'd be interesting to see how many people out there are actually getting into anything with HTMX. It is quite convenient.
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
this
I
topic
didn't
is really-
really do a poll,
Mhm.
so I didn't really think of any poll. So if you guys want to create one real quick, that's fine. But
yeah.
Well,
before we get into your talk, we can remind folks of the previous poll. I know we had asked what front-end frameworks folks are using or what their technology stack is specific to ASP.NET. There was Blazor, there was React, there was just Razor Pages. Clearly, MVC and a SPA framework like React or Angular are kind of the top two from that survey. So that's kind of interesting. Like HTMX is a JavaScript framework, like you'll get into. So there is a large audience right now in chat who are probably interested in kind of seeing what this HTMX stuff is about. So
yeah, and I use Razor Pages, so I'm a big Razor Page person. So my demos will be in that, which I think is a little easier to demonstrate HTMX, but you can use it in MVC just as easily.
Yep. So on that note, Chris, Rachel and I are going to be monitoring chat. So if folks have any questions, please let us know. Please let the guests know in chat, and we'll kind of gather them up and we'll ask them at the end. But at this time, Chris, stage is yours. Rachel and I will fade into the background.
Okay, excellent. So welcome everyone. It's been great so far. I've kind of been watching a little bit here and there as much as I can with my regular full-time job. But it's great to be here demonstrating HTMX and talking about how we can take server-side rendering and server-side web development to the next level and add that aspect that gives your server-side development projects that look and feel for more of a SPA or client-side environment or
Chris,
development experience.
Chris, sorry for jumping into your talk. Would you mind sharing your screen as well, please?
Oh,
thank you very much.
Oh,
I'll disappear again. Thanks.
Oh. Where is... Oh. There we go. There's StreamYard. There is... I knew I was going to do something weird. Okay. So we'll do that. Share. We will collapse that. We will collapse that. Do you see everything now? No?
Good to go. Good to go.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks. Thanks, Martin. Okay, so a little bit about me. We'll get back on track. Sorry about that little snafu. My name's Chris Woodruff. Everyone calls me Woody. I'm an architect at a company called RT2. We do technology for cell phone companies. And you can see a little bit. I am an old guy. I've been in the industry almost 30 years, nearly. So I kind of have a perspective from when we started web development until today. So let's dig into that. So the goals of this talk are really to learn about HTMX. That's why we're here. We're going to walk through some examples, and we're not going to fix a business application, but there is a business application that we can fix down the road if you go into my workshop that I will talk about at the end. So what is HTMX? So HTMX is a JavaScript library. So you do have to run JavaScript for HTMX, but it's a very small library. It's 15 kilobytes. There's no dependencies. So you're not going to get this bloat with lots of other libraries that you have to pull into your project. It was created by Carson Gross in 2020, and it came from another project, another open source project called Intercooler that started in 2014. So HTMX is open sourced, and you can see the code out on GitHub. So you can dig in and help and see if there's anything that needs to happen. So I love this image, and we're going to go through a little walk through history. So this image just makes me laugh because 20 years ago, we had a very simple model for development, and you can see that in the picture. Then we went to this complex, SPA, which you know what? We have great web experiences now and great applications, but I think they have been created on the backs of complexity. So now with HTMX, we can take some of that and make it simple again and bring the simplicity of web development back to most developers. So in the beginning, there was the simple web, and all we had was HTML. I started development on the internet when I discovered this weird application called Mosaic that happened to be loaded up on the Michigan State University servers. We had a Solaris server, so we could access applications on the servers. And this Mosaic app came up, and we were all the students that lived in the labs started using it, and it was awesome. And I remember when there were only about 12 websites on the internet. And actually, I created the first sports fan website for the Detroit Tigers. It's a baseball team here in America. And all we had was HTML. We didn't have CSS. We just called everything websites. Then if we progress, we kind of hit what we call the corporate web. And the corporate web was a lot of proprietary technologies. So you can see our ActiveX, and we had Java applets, and we had Flash, and Microsoft had Silverlight. And that's really when CSS and JavaScript came to the forefront, and we started getting a little more activity in the web browser with JavaScript and the CSS. We could make things look and feel a little more responsive, which was awesome. And that's kind of when SOAP came out and calls over HTTP, kind of before REST became big and all that. So I call that kind of calls over HTTP. Some people call it RPCs and stuff like that. And then we had Web 2.0. And that's really when jQuery came in, and everyone, we had what I call browser limitations, which means that we all had to program for Internet Explorer. And this is also when Microsoft, if you're a Microsoft developer, Microsoft came out with their Ajax kind of story and their Ajax development experience in libraries. And that really gave us some ways to take our, if I remember right, our web forms and add a little more responsiveness and not have to fully like refresh a full page. We could just refresh parts of a page. And then it all happened around the 2010s. SPA came in, and everyone was doing everything in the browser. So we had JavaScript in the browser, and that's when HTML5, CSS3, ES5, all the like great things that we've experienced as web developers came out, and we had really great web experiences for our users. That's really when mobile HTTP grew. We could have responsive websites, and that's really where the rise of the single page application, or SPA, came about. But as we've seen, as we've grown and as the web has matured, complexity has entered our jobs, and it's very complex. I love React and Vue and Angular, but they are complex. I mean, dealing with the DOM and doing everything in the browser is complex. Going back to APIs from your browser-based application adds even more complexity, because you got to take care of JWTs with authentication, and there's a lot of complexity. So in the last couple of years, people have discovered, and I'll do the air quotes, discovered that they can do server-side development. And we see that with React server components and Angular server-side rendering. But for people like me, I never stopped doing server-side development. I love server-side development. I think for certain aspects of work, they do great things, and we don't have to add that complexity. So let's take a look at how HTML or HTMX can really help us. So first, we have to take a look at hypermedia systems. So if you know anything about REST, you know hypermedia systems is part of the HATEOAS. I've never really figured out how to pronounce that, but it stands for hypermedia as the engine of application state. And Roy Felding came out with this idea for REST. And there's a couple facts that I do want to talk about. If you think you build REST APIs and you use JSON, JSON is not REST. If you take a look at the sixth construct of the REST architecture suggestions, you should be passing code back to your application from the server or from someplace else that you're getting your logic or wherever your REST calls are going. So that's what HTMX really does. It allows us to make calls, send back replacement code, replacement HTML, and give the user this experience of seeing that new code shown to them in the web browser. So originally we had this idea that we just did web requests, and we would get back responses. We would get back everything that we needed, and it was a simple kind of idea. And we also had this idea for forms. You know, forms came out, and we would do posts, and it would go back to our web browser, and we would get some kind of response, usually a 200 OK response, and there would be something in that response that we would show as the response from a submission to that form. And that is really the idea that I really call REST, is that we're making a call, we're sending it over to a server with a HTTP verb, and we are doing something on the server and getting a response with some replacement code that we can show the user. And in this case, we're showing a header a header 1 just saying thank you for signing up from the form in this browser page. So the limitations of Web 1.0 in terms of hypermedia was that originally there were only 2 ways that we could make these kind of requests. We could either do links or we could do forms, and we could do clicks and we could do submits, which means that we would either call a get verb for a click and a post verb for a submit. So we're very limited on what we could do. And this usually meant that we only had the ability to refresh entire screens. And why was that? I mean, it would be nice to expand on that. And that's really what HTMX does. So any element should be able to make HTTP requests. Buttons should, divs should, input HTML elements should, forms, images, tables, they all should be able to make HTTP requests. And how HTMX handles that is with these actions, and we'll look at this in code, but we have a number of different actions that we can do to render and simulate HTTP calls for certain verbs. And this is hx-get and -post and -put and -patch and -delete. And those are really the 5 most popular HTTP verbs that we all use today. So HTMX allows us to do any type of HTTP verb action. We can do triggers. So an event should trigger a HTTP request. We should be able to replace any code on our page or on our web page. And that should all be replaceable. And we can do that by using hx.target and hx.swap. And we'll take a look at what those do in a little while. So we can do all that, and we can do other things. And these are the other things that we can do. And I'm not going to really touch on these advanced topics in this talk, but we can do CSS transitions in addition to the AJAX that we're going to talk about in this talk. But you can do CSS transitions. You can work with your browser history. We can work with WebSockets as a network protocol. And we can use server-sent events directly in HTML. So all those are a little more advanced, and I'm not going to be getting into those, but in my workshop that I am developing for HTMX, I am going to have a little more explanation and some demos for those advanced topics. So how do we get started? The easiest way is just to add HTMX to your layout. If you're a ASP.NET developer, you know, we have the layout for our web project, and that really holds the header and the footer for most of our pages. And we can just add the ability to bring in that script for HTMX from the unpackaged.com website. Or if you do want to add HTMX as a NuGet dependency in your project, you can add HTMX, and there is another NuGet package called Tag Helpers that will give you additional functionality with HTMX. So that's kind of how you get started and get moving along, and it's really simple to do. So how do we trigger HTMX? So I think I showed in a previous slide that we can call lots of different verbs in our web pages using HTMX. And again, this is kind of the hx.get, and we'll take a look at how we use that in some code. But I just wanted to reiterate that each one of these HTMX trigger parameters corresponds to a different HTTP verb. So how do we target? So in this example, we have a div, and the div has an ID of main, and we have a button, and that button is going to get contacts. So we can say hx.get, and then that will send over a get verb to a server-side link for /contacts. So in terms of I'm going to be doing Razor pages, it will correspond to a method in Razor page behind your web page for that catches that get verb and does some type of work that hopefully works with contacts. And we're going to target, so that hx.target is saying, when I get this code back, this from my REST call, I'm going to target main, which is the div, and I'm going to replace the entire target with what comes back from this this get call for contact coming back. And this is what happens coming back. So that call will send back a segment of HTML. In this case, it's a div with a list of contacts in it, and the previous div of ID main gets replaced with the new code that gets sent back from the HTMX call. And we'll take a look at some examples, but I just really wanted to show you kind of what is going on from a high level. So we can also swap, and there's lots of different ways that we can use swap. And it allows us to add or replace or do lots of different things in our web pages. So hx.swap, when we say outer HTML, it means that we are going to replace the entire target that we're focusing on. So this is the main. So this is the div, and we're going to replace the entire main with what we are sending back. So yeah. So okay, let me retract. So I made a snafu. So outer HTML, I think just outer should replace I should have a div on this, because you can do an inner HTML that replaces everything inside of what you're targeting. So I have a little snafu in here. I should have a replacement div element and a ending div element. So just remember that. So we can do a number of different things with hx.swap. So we can do inner HTML, so that replaces the inner code of our target element. We've already talked about outer HTML. We can say before begin, after begin, before end, after end. So we can say delete. So we can just delete the element regardless of the response. And we can say none. So none is kind of if you're doing something else, maybe you're swapping out CSS or something. None is used if you want to do something in your web page that's kind of hidden. So I haven't used none very much, but it's still a possible swapping strategy for HTMX. So there are different ways to where we add this replacement code or replacement HTML that comes back from the server. And we can do events. So in this case, we have a div of main, and we have a button in there. And instead of a button just having a link, we can have an HTMX trigger event on the mouse enter, and it just allows us to do events. So I could have a div, and I could actually say, hey, if a browser comes into this div, trigger something and get something back. So it's not just a mouse enter or a mouse click. There's lots of different events that we can do. We can also replace the logic in our forms to take on a little more HTMX with our forms. And this just is, again, we have a button on our form, and we're going to do a post to contact, and we have our target, a main. So this is another way of doing HTMX forms instead of the traditional form. And it gives you a little more capabilities beyond just what the bare-boned HTML standard gives you. So why use HTMX with ASP.NET Core? I like the server-side development story and the robustness and the quickness that I can develop applications, but I still like that client-side experience, and I want to give some of that client-side experience to my users. So that's the first reason why I use HTMX. The second one is, for Razor pages, we have this idea of partial, and partial really allows us to leverage the HTMX Ajax programming style really effectively, and we'll look at that in some examples. And we are trying to balance the code between the client and the server. So up to about 15 years ago, I would say most work was done primarily on the server side, and through the next 10 years, it really switched over to a majority of the code was done on the client side. And there really needs to be a balance in there. And so I like having balance. I like utilizing both sides equally and utilizing each side to their strengths and work away from their weaknesses. And the last one is we're allowing ASP.NET Core to have an improved user experience without JavaScript. Now you're going to say, hey, HTMX is JavaScript. So I'm saying, what I would say back is, well, without any additional JavaScript beyond HTMX. So remember, HTMX is only about 15 kilobytes. It's really small. And beyond that, you don't really have to have very much anything else in terms of JavaScript. Now, some of my examples you do, and you can take a look in the code for those, but you can do a great user experience without additional JavaScript beyond HTMX. So let's take a look at some examples. Okay, so I'm going to run this project, and you can get this project off of my repo. So this project is just a bunch of different examples, demos that you can take a look. So let's take a look at active search. So I'm going to search for country. Oh, I misspelled. countries. Oh, that's really good. So I'm going to say United, and it does a search. I didn't press enter. It actually triggered on each keystroke, but it has delay, and we'll take a look at that. So if I take a look at countries or countries that have United in them, it brings back this. And this comes from a third-party REST API that I can take a look at. So let's take a look at that. So let's take a look. This is the web page for my for that search, that active search, and you can see that. Let me pull this over a little bit. You can see what this form is doing. So the form has a class, it has a type, and I'm going to come in and say HTMX post. So this is the URL on the server side that I'm going to call for my search. And we'll take a look at this this code, this C# code in a second. So my trigger, so the trigger event, the event that is doing this is key up changed, and I'm going to delay by a half a second because I don't want my search to happen every single keystroke, but I want it to really happen when I stop typing. And that will come in and do my search. It's going to target this element that has search results, and that search result is, let's see where that is, down here. So it's going to replace this table body with whatever is coming back from the server side. And then we can do indicator and we can do headers. So this is just saying we're going to send over a request verification token to make sure that we don't get any funny business in our web app. It makes it a little safer. So this request token just allows us to have a safe experience using HTMX. But let's take a look at the code behind this. So you can see I've got everything kind of set up. I've got HTTP client to call this third party. I'm going to do an onGet. So this is reacting to any get verbs coming over from the other side. So this just kind of sets and stores my that token that that I want to use to make my search a little safer. And then we're going to come down to that search text. And that search text is what we called in here, right there. And so we're going to kind of come in. We do that search and we come over here and we have this binding is just the search results. But if we take a look at this method right here on post search, HTMX follows a certain way of naming for our server side methods. So this is saying on a post, and then whatever comes behind the verb for that search is what we kind of use from our call. So in this case, it's going to come in. The web app is going to say, I have a post event or a post verb, and I need to look for search. And so ASP.NET knows that this method is for a post event and it's for the search. And in here, a simple call through my HTTP client to get to go out to this restcountries.com and send in my search text, and it sends back a list of countries. I'm going to then build a JSON collection of all my countries, and this is where partial comes in. So I'm going to return the partial for search result _ search result with those countries. And you can see here over in my code, I have a partial Razor page that takes in a list of countries, and it builds each table row with that country name. And this is what gets sent back. So the results of this partial will be sent back to here. And because I'm saying my target result is search result, it replaces everything inside my, it adds everything inside this table body. So this is where those rows get added, and we can see that in our code that these got added inside the table. So that's kind of one example. Let's take a look. I'm not going to go through all of these, but let's take a look at click to edit. So click to edit. This is an interesting one. I have first name, last name, email. So I have Darth Vader, and we're going to send Darth Vader email to Mustafar.com. So his lava home planet. And we can say, we're going to edit this, and we're going to say, you know what? We're going to say Death Star. So now he lives at the Death Star. We're going to change that email. And then we can say submit, and this gets replaced. So let's take a look at that code example. So we're going to hide all this. We're going to come in and do click to edit. And so in here we have some code, and this click to edit is using a partial. So we're going to say show the contact form from display contact form. So initially this partial page gets brought in. It uses the model first name, last name, email, which comes from the backend code. If we take a look at index, we can see that that the model is set up. Well, that model set up here, and we have a contact service. So this is I'll talk about contact service or services that we can use inside of our web pages, but you may be familiar with those. We can kind of have additional code that we throw into our dependency injection to allow us to have these kind of backend services that will let us get certain information. So in this case, we're going to build a contact, and we're going to add Darth Vader, and we're going to send back an email. It's kind of just an easy way to send this back, so I don't really have to go back to a database or some resource behind. But what I'm going to do in here is when I have this partial, so this display contact, I have a button on here. Remember, I clicked the button to edit this, and I have a HTTP verb. So hx.-get is going to say, hey, call this link call this URL with the get verb, and we are going to do something. So you can see we didn't have a target in here. So we're not targeting anything. We're just going to call this, and we're going to send over a handler for edit contact. And that gets sent over. See how much time I've got. So we are going to on get edit contact. So this partial view, so this method is going to get called, and we're going to return another partial view. In this case, we're going to go out and we're going to go out to that contact service and get the contact. Like I said, this is just an easy way to not have me write a bunch of code to get to a database or something. I can get just some static code from my app. I'm going to then call this partial view, partial Razor page, and I'm going to send over the contact. And what gets sent over here is this partial page sends back a form, and this form allows me to edit the first name, edit the last name, and edit the email, the contact that was sent in. And then I'm going to have a button that for submit, and that button will then do a get, and it will send over, and it will say click to edit, handler display contact, and for the cancel. So if I do want to cancel out, it just goes back to the display contact. If I submit, just like any good form, it will come back here, and the form says, if you submit this form, go to click to edit, index handler, replace contact, and target is this. So when you have a target is this, it means target yourself. So it's going to target the form, and we're going to say outer HTML. So replace the entire target with whatever comes back. And what comes back is the replacement contact. And that replacement contact comes over and calls this method, which calls the contact service and sends over the updated model and the ID for that, and we're going to update that. So this simulates updating a contact or some type of model in a database or someplace that we have our data stored. And so we're going to update that model, and then we're going to call display contact form, the original partial, and we're going to send over that model, and we get right back to where we started. So it's really simple. I don't think HTMX is super hard. I'm going to run through because I've only got about 5 minutes. I want to show some demos in here. If I want to delete, HTMX can also work with Sweetwater. So this is kind of how I'm doing. So this is some additional JavaScript just to do these notification toasts. I can say, do I want to delete this? Yes. And the line gets deleted. So I could do that again and delete it, and it gets deleted. I could say edit row. Again, a lot of us do these inline edits, and I could say just add on some stuff. I could say save, and it gets saved. The code behind it is very similar to what we were doing in the other examples, and you can take a look at that code inside my examples off of my repository, which I'll give you a link to in just a few minutes. We can do file upload, so that's an interesting example. infinite scroll. This is kind of fun. What if you just wanted to keep scrolling and bringing up additional information from your database? So in this case, I just keep dynamically creating new records to add to the end. So in this case, I do want to show an example for infinite scroll, and let's take a look at that, because that shows a different example of how we can do swap. So if we take a look at this, HTMX, so what we are doing with this is we are just doing this get, and each time we do a get, we're getting a new set of data that we're going to then swap. So we're doing this HTMX swap on our target, and we're saying after end. So we're not replacing anything. We're just adding stuff to the end of our target, and the trigger is revealed. So this event is when I scroll to the end of my list, it will trigger this event to then go out and get more records that I can show in the list. So it looks like it's just infinitely scrolling forever. Let's take a look at, scroll back up. I scrolled quite a bit. Let's take a look at inline validation. So I'm going to come in and I'm just going to fill out some information. And right now it gave me this email address is valid. But what if I didn't give a valid email address? This is a notification that just comes up. All of us have done this type of validation before. HTMX just allows us to do that a little more simple. I think you can take a look at the code example. It gives us a little more adaptability. It gives us a little more to maybe do things with regular expressions, or we can leverage other type of validation. Maybe you like to validate stuff with fluent validation. Well, in this case, I can, and it doesn't have to happen at the submit. I can actually have it do my validation whenever I edit the data that's in one of these input elements. Let's take a look at selects. So this is, a lot of people do this. We have two drop downs. The second drop down reacts to the first one. If I change this, the models that are shown down in the second drop down list will change. So if I want to take a look at BMW models, I can have that. So again, this is kind of a nice thing to have if you want to dynamically populate other things based on selections from the user in other places in your web page. Tabs. So this is just a nice way if you want to build tabs. This is basically when I click on a new tab, it replaces everything in the tab to make it look like I'm on. In this case, I'm going to be on the third tab. This one's the second tab, and this one's the first tab. So not a very attractive tab experience. I'm not really a designer, but it just shows you what you can do. And each click for each one of these tabs will just do a HT, it will replace the entire kind of div that this tab lives in. What else do we have? We have click to load. So we had the infinite scroll, but now I could just do like, hey, click this to load more woodies. And so I'm just going to load more woodies into the list. And again, instead of hitting that revealed trigger event, I'm going to use just a link trigger event, and it's still going to do the after end for that hx swap. So it's just going to end or add additional woodies to the end of the page. But I am pretty much at the end of my time. I want to have some time to get some questions answered if anyone has questions. But if you want to get the code and you want to kind of learn more about HTMX in the future, you can go out to htmx-workshop.com. I am building out kind of a workshop on how to use HTMX and giving some examples. I'm going to have a full business application that leverages HTMX. It's almost done. Within a couple of weeks, it'll be out there and you can take a look at it. Also from here, you can get to all the code examples I showed and the slide deck that you're looking at right now. So I want to say thank you for spending some time with me, and I really appreciate JetBrains for having me on. And here's some contact information if you do want to get a hold of me and ask questions or learn more, or just to say whatever. Tell me all the stuff I did wrong in my talk, or all the stuff I did right that you enjoyed. So, and that's about it. I'll ask Khalid and Rachel to come back. I don't know what I have to do to
We're back.
You're back.
We just like show up out of nowhere and there we are.
Yes.
And then you can't get rid of us.
Yep. So yeah, a lot of people have been talking about HTMX in the chat.
Yeah.
Let's get to viewer questions. The
Sure.
first one I see, Rachel, and this is clearly a common question people have coming from SPA. Doesn't HTMX slightly increase bandwidth consumption and server processing load? So, Chris.
So actually, it lessens. Think about it. If I'm not having to refresh an entire page, and I'm refreshing just part of a page, that's going to be less things crossing the wire.
Mhm.
So in my opinion, it actually improves by having less stuff go across the wire. And also, if you reload a whole page, then your browser has to do all the things that you've set up in the metadata, in the header and the footer of your page. So there could be additional processing based on whatever you have in your default layout. In my case, default layout for Razor pages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you kind of mentioned historically too. It's like we started with small JSON payloads, but now if you open up the inspector in any modern web application, those JSON payloads can be humongous. So
They can.
it's kind of a big trade-off there. As always, any good consultant will tell you it depends. So it's going to depend on your use case.
Yeah, it really does. But HTMX allows you to do AJAX, which theoretically you're only going to replace a small part of your page and not have to do a full page refresh. So
yeah, that's where the whole point is: smaller loads, more chatty, less chunky type of calls. So
this should be the slogan: less chatty, more chunky.
I like chunky.
Those the actual like technical terms from Microsoft back in the day about those calls. Yeah.
Yep.
Chatty versus chunky.
Rachel, do you have another question for Chris?
Yeah. So When is HTMX not a good idea?
Oh, that's that's a really good question. I mean, one, we've talked about it. If you have to refresh your whole page, HTMX may not be the best thing. You can still do it, but it may not be the most optimized. I'm trying to think what else, because that is such a good question. Khalid, do you have any ideas? When it's not.
It's funny. Yesterday, I built a KeyLight app that just works on HTML and JavaScript. There's no server backend. So if you're writing a completely self-contained application that has no server backend, just use regular JavaScript. You don't need HTMX in that particular scenario.
Exactly. I mean, I wouldn't put HTMX really inside of a full-blown SPA application myself. I think it would be kind of overkill.
Let's see another way. Chris, from your experience, how straightforward is it to break out of the HTMX abstraction when you have to? Let's say you're updating a live region near the top of the DOM after HTMX asynchronous updated a section lower down the page, I guess. So I guess the question the individual is asking is like, do you always have to use the HTMX abstraction, or can you decide to use something else to accomplish a task on a particular page?
Well, sure, you could use other JavaScript library to do other things. You could, if you were having your web page react to things that are being thrown to you. I mean, we do have this server side event that we can handle in HTMX, but say you did have JavaScript to do some kind of reaction to something coming back. Maybe it's I don't know, an event from Kafka, or I mean,
yeah. Well,
yeah,
even just a simple example though, specific to this question, maybe you have an accordion on the page. You could just implement that client-side behavior with regular JavaScript. There's really no need for server interaction in that scenario. So again, I've seen a lot of people, when they use HTMX, also use a JavaScript library called Alpine, which allows you to declaratively add these attributes on elements to create those client-side interactions. So that's kind of a cool thing to do.
So if no one knows, Khalid's a kind of a big deal in the HTMX world. So
I wouldn't.
You are. So,
blog post on it.
Yeah, I mean, and he actually helps out with a lot of the open source libraries for HTMX.
I'm glad to help folks. So
yeah, I know, but I gotta give you your props. So you got me interested in HTMX. So I mean, I will admit, you know more than I do with this stuff. So it's good to bounce stuff off of you.
We're here to share knowledge, so everyone has something to contribute. So I think that's kind of the cool part. Rachel, do you have any last questions?
No, I don't think so. Did we get them all?
Yeah, I think so. Folks are asking that link you posted, Chris. Is that page up yet, or?
It is.
Okay.
Right. Yep. So,
you
got a 404?
It's in the comments. 404.
Okay. Well, I will go take a look. Maybe basically the whole app is a markdown, and maybe there was an action to refresh it, and the DNS got messed up on the GitHub pages side. So I'll get that fixed in the next couple minutes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, Definitely, this was a great talk. Thank you so much, Chris.
Thanks.
I really do hope folks check out HTMX. It's kind of neat, and one of the things I love about it is just kind of what our previous speaker talked about. It's like good old MVC, razor pages, simplicity. That's kind of what it's all about. So
Yeah.
again, thank you, Chris, for championing that.
Thanks. I just love it because we can actually have an example of the sixth constraint of REST. And I can actually say that I have done all 6 constraints of REST, and I am fully REST. Not
You could do
RESTful.
each one on a different continent.
Yeah.
You could do it
Because it's
worldwide.
always that 6th one that everyone goes, hey, so what's an example of the sixth constraint of the sixth constraint of REST? And you kind of go, oh, but now with HTMX, I can go, well, HTMX. So
yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well,
okay.
Thank you again, Chris. Folks, please follow Chris on social media. Go to his links, and you can check out more from Chris's work. Again, thank you so much, Chris. Always a pleasure to talk to you. And yeah, we'd love to have you back at some point. So,
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
That was a cool
It's
talk,
just
Rachel.
Yes. You know, every time I see HTML with like the little custom attributes and stuff, I harken back to the days of Cold Fusion where they started that. I can't help it every time I see those little CF dash attributes in there and the CF tags and stuff. And
yeah, I just had to check. We're .NET Days, right? Okay, just making sure it's not Cold Fusion Days on here.
Yeah,
so
nothing's in a bubble though, right? Everything has to integrate with everything else, right? So it's .NET, but JavaScript and CSS, HTML, backend services, cloud, all kind of different things. So
yeah, it's interesting from the perspective of like, there's a lot of intermingling of ideas. I know chat right now has been talking a lot about like what's happening in the front end world in terms of web components, things like Shoelace, which is like a component library, or Material from kind of the Google devs. Like, how do we integrate some of those components into your ASP.NET application? So as long as you kind of follow those HTML conventions, it should be pretty easy to kind of pick the best from each community and integrate it into .NET. So I think that's kind of cool.
We still do tend to do that thing now. Chris had that little slide with the, it starts out kind of easy and simple, and then we turn it into this huge mangled nightmare of spaghetti. And then we go, oh crap, what do we do to ourselves? And then we go, oh, maybe we should go back to simplicity. Like every time, I don't know how many times I've seen this happen in this industry with various frameworks or in .NET, in JavaScript, like we do it everywhere.
Yeah. I have a theory about that, right? Like clearly those things are always built to solve a particular problem at the time, but like what our previous speaker talked about erosion, like I think there's erosion of problems too. So over time, those problems get solved, and then the solution you have like doesn't need to solve that problem anymore, right?
It doesn't look like a solution anymore, and then you forget about it and it gets dusted off. And well, that talk that I'm working on about artificial intelligence on the Commodore 64 addresses this, right? Because if we go all the way back to the 80s, we'll see those algorithms that did solve some of the problems, and they're still doing it today. But today, people think it's magic. Guess what? We got the source code in BASIC. That's not magic. That's not even close, right? Yeah. But if we take a step back and look at like where things came from and how they evolved, I think it's a lot easier to understand it. So now, as an old person, right, I've been around to see this. I know a lot of people have not. So, then you just got some reading and internet archiving to do.
Rachel, you're young at heart, and I think that's all that matters.
There's that. I have the maturity of like a 12-year-old. I mean, you know this. So
we're getting our next speaker ready. They're just kind of getting ready in our tech check room, and we'll have them up here available soon enough. But Yeah, someone just mentioned the Commodore 64 in chat again. I've never had the pleasure of using a Commodore 64, but I'm curious. I'm curious as we sit here and wait. What are people's first kind of machines that got them into tech? So
Yeah, what was your first one?
Rachel, like what was yours? Was it the
Paid or
Commodore?
not paid? It was not the Commodore actually. It was the TRS-80, and I also had an early Apple IIe available. So I did basic on those. Yeah. Oh, Amiga 500.
Martin
Spectrum.
saying, Martin is saying Amiga 500. Matt, being as British can be, he said the ZX Spectrum.
ZX
I would expect nothing
Yeah.
other than ZX Spectrum from Matt. So
Yeah.
TI-84, that's pretty cool. That's a cool device.
My
I think
first paid gig though was on a S36 doing COBOL. So there's that. Fun times. Wait.
I'm a little younger than a lot of my compatriots, or maybe had less access. So I remember my first is really like a Windows PC. So Compact Presario was kind of my first actual personal computing device. So yeah, MS-DOS games, custom PCs out there. So that's kind of cool.
I remember that back in the day. It was like, yes. And when it was actually sometimes cheaper to build your own custom PC, and also just doing it for the fun of doing it. Now I'm like, I just couldn't be arsed anymore. I'm lazy, but been there, done that. And it was fun and enjoyable to foray into hardware for a short time back in the 90s. So
yeah. But again, like we're talking about hardware, what was some people's first programming languages out there? So you mentioned COBOL. Rachel,
I've done COBOL. I've done Cold Fusion, which all of 3 people still do that. Let's see. Back in the day, I've done various basics, like a bunch of different basics: Delphi, DBase, Foxbase, like all old school stuff. Did a lot of that. Old VB from like roughly around version 3, all the way up to VB.NET, and then over to C#. And then mostly at that point staying in the Microsoft, but I did a lot of, also Paradox, like the little DB kind of competitor. I think I missed a couple. RPG on the mainframe, PL1, PLN, Java. So yeah, I think I got most of them. I had Turbo Pascal in a long time ago. I had a little thing with it. Turbo Pascal.
Yeah, I learned Pascal in high school, and at the end of the semester, my teacher said, I hope you folks enjoyed Pascal. Just to let you know, it's an obsolete language. No one uses it anymore. Good luck. So that was my intro into Pascal. As soon as I learned it, it exited my brain. So
yeah, I took a college class in the 90s, and I remember actually it was the Turbo Pascal course, and the professor in there actually went up to the board and wrote the word "wild" on the board with little squiggles, and he's like, C++. Somebody asked about this. He goes, they have pointers over there. And I was like, okay, well, let's learn this. And he's like, oh, no, we want to stay away from those. And I'm just like, you're a professor? Are you supposed to be telling kids this? Like, because I'm totally not. If you say to stay away from them, I'm totally not.
So Rachel, we do have our next guests in the room. So go ahead and introduce them. I think they seem to have a vendetta against SQLite. So I'm curious to see what this is all about.
Yeah. So next up is Daniel Ward, and this is about test containers and all kind of cool stuff with like kind of how I see it is like mocking in the cloud, if you will, right, with test containers and all of that. And it's much more than that. I'm really oversimplifying here, but I think you actually have the literal button to press to bring him on.
Let's bring him on.
I logged on with the wrong account. So here we are. Hi.
Hi, Daniel. How you doing?
Hey, good. How's it going?
Very good. We're gonna let you get to your talk immediately, so we don't take up any more time. we're a bunch of chatty Cathys, so we could talk all day. So.
Chatty, not chunky.
Yeah. If you need us, we'll be back. We'll be watching chat. If you folks have any questions, please ask them, and we'll ask our guests. So, Daniel, the stage is yours.
Cool. Thank you. So nice to see everybody. My understanding is it's been going for a while yet. It's still pretty early for me. It's 10 in the morning, but good way to start my day. So as you can see on the title slide, this is No More SQLite, How to Write Tests with EF Core Using Test Containers. That QR code will take you to a blog post, which I think is not actually up. It will be up right after I finish this. But it will be a blog post where you can find these slides and the GitHub repo I use in this talk. And once the YouTube link is up later, I'll post it on that blog post as well. So if you want to see anything, if you scan that QR code, even in the post is not up yet, you'll at least have the link in your browser and you can refresh later if you want. And as you can see at the bottom of all these slides, it's just a reminder, you can find the slides in the repo at my blog. This QR code will be on the last slide as well. So we'll sort of get into what this title actually means. But first, real quick about me. I have been a software developer for about 10 years or so now, a consultant / coach for last 4.5 of those years for a company called Lean Techniques that we do digital transformations. I'm a Microsoft MVP in .NET. I'm the co-organizer of the San Antonio / Austin .NET user group. Used to be 2 different groups before COVID. Now we're acting as one. And you can find me online, like I said, at my blog, mostly a .NET technical blog, daninaccan.com, or on X and LinkedIn, Daniel Ward Dev, on both of them, just with dashes on LinkedIn. So please hit me up if you enjoyed this talk, if you have feedback, if you hated it, whatever. It would be really cool to see people on there that saw me from this talk. So to explain what that title meant and to kind of kick this off, I want to start with a short general story that did happen to me, and I imagine has happened to others here, which is you're in charge of an API or service, some kind of app, and this app talks to a database. So might be it only reads from it, might be it does all the CRUD operations, whatever. But one way or another, your app needs to interact with the database, right? So like any good dev, right, you write a suite of tests as well. And integration tests are included in those. So this is always a question with databases and tests is how do we include those in our tests? Do we mock it out? Do we use SQLite, as I said in the title? What are the options there? And SQLite, I think, is probably the most common. It's at least what I always did before I found Testcontainers. And this is what I did in this case. So I wrote a bunch of tests with SQLite, made sure the logic in my SQL queries worked as I expected it to, and everything passed. Everything's good. Everything's green. So it goes into production. And then wait, maybe it's a day, maybe it's a week, maybe it doesn't happen for a month. And this particular case, I don't remember exactly how long it was, but at some point, something in production fails. So I think, there's a case I forgot to cover. I didn't write all the tests I needed. So I go and poke around and see what it is. I say, oh, wait, no, I do have a test for that, and it's passing. So what's going on? And long story short, I think it took me 2 or 3 days to figure out what was going on because I had never encountered this before. I was using Postgres in production and SQLite in my tests, and I don't even remember what it was anymore, but there is some silly difference between these engines that for some reason it passes in my tests when it's on SQLite, and whatever it was worked a little differently on Postgres, and it failed in production. And so these are kind of this idea of these no man's lands where SQLite and Postgres or whatever engine you're using in production probably have a ton of overlap. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 90%, they work the same. But if you ever find yourself on either of these little outside areas, this no man's land, then you're going to have a bad time. So It could be, depending on what it is, SQLite might have something. Your production one doesn't, right? They're just different engines. Or they might have the same feature, it just works a little differently. Or even worse, they might share different bugs. So you might have different behavior because there's a bug in Postgres that's not in SQLite. And I'm not saying you can't fix any of these. They're all fixable, but they're very frustrating to fix and very time consuming. You got to poke around and like probably end up in GitHub issues to figure out what's going on. It's just not obvious. So I call these false positives and false negatives, right? So false positives would be your test is passing, but really on your actual production engine, it would fail. But you can also have the opposite, right? Your test can fail, but really, maybe it didn't work on SQLite, but on Postgres, what your app is actually running on, it would be fine. And this is just as bad, right? Because it sends you down that rabbit hole still where you have to figure out what's going on. And so this is really the main point of this presentation. Before I even get to the demo, if you take away literally only one thing from this and forget everything else, then take away this slide. If you use a different SQL engine in your tests, you're testing a different system. It might be a really close system, but it's not the same one. So in my case, I was testing my system with SQLite rather than with Postgres, right? So you might say, well, maybe so, but they're really close. And, what else are we supposed to do? Why does that matter? Well, ultimately, the reason that matters is not really a trick question. It's the reason all of our testing matters, which is the bottom line, right? It's money. So if you don't have tests, you're probably going to have to do a lot of manual testing, which makes things take longer, which means you don't get value for your features as quick, right? So it's the same concept with this. If you have a very confusing failure, you have to, like in my case, it takes the developer 2 or 3 days to debug that, figure out what's going on. All of a sudden, that single test has become very expensive to fix, right? So we want to avoid that as much as possible. Like I mentioned, what are our other options? And I think this is an exhaustive list here. I think I've got them all, but let me know. And I think there are generally 4. One is the EF in-memory provider. Even Microsoft on their MSDN docs says, don't use this probably. So the pro of this, I think why people use it, is that it's easy to set up. The big con is that it's not even a relational database. It's very unlike your production engine. Then I think, like I said, I think the most common thing people choose is the SQLite provider. This has the same advantage of the in-memory provider. It's easy to use, but it's at least relational. It's close. It's still a relational database. Then maybe a step up from that is using an actual database out there somewhere that you've stood up. Maybe in dev, maybe you have one for each environment. So the obvious advantage to that is that you can have Postgres or SQL Server or whatever you're actually using. The disadvantage is that it's basically, it's a maintenance nightmare. So you have to make sure whenever the actual database has schema changes, this test database gets them. You have to make sure this database doesn't go down. Since you're hitting a real database, only one person can run the test suite against it at the same time, or you'll have data conflicts. So that also means if the pipeline is running your tests, nobody local can run the tests, and they just have to be aware of that. And you can have services that you write to make sure that doesn't happen, but then you're maintaining another service. So it's possible. It has the advantage of being your real SQL engine, but it's a lot of overhead. So the next option here, last one, kind of, in my opinion, the best choice on here is to use Docker containers. You set up, in my case, a Postgres database in a Docker container, and you use that in your test. You spin it up when the tests start, and you run your tests against it, then you spin it down when the tests end. So it's still the same database as production, but it's all localized. You don't have any of the overhead of the row above it here. The one caveat here maybe is that there is still some maintenance to be done with a Docker container. Your team needs to know how to do Docker files, right? If nobody knows how to do that already, that can be a big overhead. And you also need to manage the container lifecycle throughout your tests. So you need to make sure you manage and be in control of starting it up, maintaining the connection, spinning it down, all that. So, and this is what some people were doing. And they said, this works. We like it, but we kind of do the same exact setup and stuff in all of our projects where we use these Docker containers. Can we kind of abstract this, make it easier to use so we don't have all this boilerplate, maybe automate it? And that's basically what Testcontainers is. They said we're testing. It was originally people in Java who were doing it. So Testcontainers came out for Java first, and it's been moved out to a lot of different languages from there. But they said, we're using these Docker containers in our tests, and it works great, but we would like to make it a bit easier, remove some of the boilerplate. And they've added some additional tooling on top of that. So here's my test container slide, just with the logo. On the left side, it had neither one of these is exhaustive, but on the left side here has some of the languages it's available for. Obviously, the one we're going to care about for this presentation is .NET. But the advantage of it being for a lot of different languages is that, you know, if you switch where you're working and they're using a different language, you can still take that knowledge with you. Or if your organization is not all one language, you can still sort of post and help each other with test container specific things. And on the right side are some of what they call modules that people have written for it. In our case, we're going to be looking just at database stuff, but test containers can totally work with Kafka, RabbitMQ, MongoDB, so NoSQL stuff. It's basically whatever modules people have gone out and written. And if someone hasn't written a module, you can write it yourself. So the advantage of a module is that basically for each one of these services, you need some specific knowledge to know how to set that Docker file up, right? Every service is going to be different. RabbitMQ probably needs different environment variables and other stuff to set up that I don't know about. But somebody who does know about that has set that up already, so I can just plop that RabbitMQ test container in my project, and I can trust that it works. And this is just straight from their docs, very high overview level of how test containers works in your tests. So your test setup, you tell test containers, start my containers. When you run your tests, they now point to the connection string inside the test containers and hit the services in there. And on cleanup, your containers are destroyed. So pretty simple workflow. And just kind of to show you, you know, the advantage of the in-memory provider and the SQLite provider is how easy they are to use. Well, this is basically what is required to use test containers, these three lines. So that first line will create it's telling test containers to give us a container, a PostgreSQL database in it. The second line starts that container, and the third line gets rid of it. And we actually don't even need the third line. I think it's good practice, but we'll go over that in the demo, that it's actually not required. Okay, so now I think probably the meat of this, the coding demo. I won't go over these other packages I'm using in the project, but in case you want to download the slides and look at these links so you can check out these other libraries, I've just included them here. So let's go over to Writer now. And this project will use Entity Framework Core, but actually test containers isn't tied to that at all. You can use Dapper, just maybe you're using ADO. It'll work with anything. It's just abstracting a database out, right? So there's nothing that couples it to EF Core. I think that's probably the most common option. So that's what I am centering this presentation around, but you don't have to. So if you saw my presentation from last year on XUnit, this is actually kind of a good segue into that. It's a similar project. I actually talked a very small amount about test containers at the end of that. So you can, that's just on JetBrains YouTube channel. You can check that out if you want. But it's a pretty darn simple project. We have an API project here. The idea is maybe we're a bookstore. We have a controller for that, right? So we only have 3 methods in our controller. This is really just for demonstration purposes so we can have tests at all. So we can get a book. We can like a book, as in, you know, I like this book, that kind of thing. And then we can have users review books. And really, these are all just pass-throughs into this book service that you can see. So let's go look at him. And these are mostly just pass-throughs to the DB context. So get book, very simple, just looks by name for the book. Like book and review book have a little bit of logic at them, which says hey, if you're trying to like a book, you can't like a book more than once, right? You can only like it. You can like it, or maybe you can unlike it, but you can't like it twice. So we look for the book like record. And if it already exists, we don't fail. We just leave. We don't add another one. If it doesn't exist yet, we insert it. And the review book does the same, with the difference of that if the review exists already, we change the review content to be the new. Maybe they wanted to update their review, right, to be the new review content. Otherwise, we do a full insert. So that's the entire logic in our app. And we can look at the DB context too, which is also really simple. 3 tables. And here's one of our tables. As a side note, don't use this as an example of a good entity framework project. This was purely just so I could have a database out there to use in the tests. So as you can see, all I'm doing with these is slapping a primary key on them. So, okay. Now that's the really simple app we're going to be testing. And how you can see I have 3 integration test projects here. How I've kind of structured this is that they build on each other. So they kind of improve each time. So in the first project, I'll show the first stuff with Testcontainers. And I'll say, here's how you can improve that, and go to the second one. And then here's how you can improve that even more. And then finally go to the third one. So with that being said, let's start with this first one. So we want to start in the integration test factory. And I'm not going to explain everything about how XUnit works here. But basically, every time we run these tests, we want a test container to start up, right? So in this initialize async here, we tell it to start a container. Well, where is this coming from? Just like I showed you on that slide, it's pretty darn simple. We say, hey, give me a PostgreSQL container. And it's a builder pattern. And there's a bunch of stuff you can add in here. So we can say, we give it a username and password. You can give it environment variables for the container. You can tell it what port to use. There's all these options. But the nice thing is we don't actually need to put any of them, because Testcontainers has this idea of sensible defaults. So if I hop over real quick to the source code for PostgreSQL Builder on the Testcontainers GitHub, you can see when I create one, these are all the things it will call, even if I do not give it any other things in the builder pattern, right? So it's going to have a username and password, a database. These things are going to be there no matter what. And these values, if I don't provide them, are actually up here at the top of the class, are these things. So these will be set no matter what. And I think this is fine, because in my Testcontainers database, I probably don't care about the database name, about the username and password, right? The one thing I would say you probably should put is the database image version. It's because you want to be sure that matches the exact same version that you have in production, right? Not latest, not the default here. It's the exact same thing that you're using. And you want to make sure that gets updated whenever your database gets updated. The other thing to mention here is the port. You probably do not want to set the port yourself, because Testcontainers, part of the tooling that it offers is that it will randomize the port each time, so you don't get port conflicts on your computer. So it takes care of that for you. So that being said, I could have done all this with username and with password, and it would have worked the exact same. But with just doing .build is really close to what I want anyway. Okay, so that's cool. I'm making a Testcontainers container. In my initialize async, I say start it up. And for my database context that I'm going to use in my tests, the way I set that up is down here. So I remove the normal database context that we have, and then I add it back in using the connection string that I have for my container. And that's basically it. That's how I connect to the Testcontainers database. And if you wanted to, you could even, put a breakpoint in here to see this connection string, and then go and log into that database yourself. It's a real database. It's just in a container, right? So I think that's pretty rare that you have to actually go look and poke around in your test database, but it's a real database. So the option is there. And then in my dispose async, I call dispose async on my container. Cool. So let's look and run an actual test. So this test is pretty darn simple. It just says, if there's a book in the database, I should get it back when I call get book. And that is the entire test. But so pretty simple, but useful for showing test container stuff. So I'm going to put a breakpoint here and debug it. And pull up Docker desktop. And I should note, you will need Docker on whatever machine this is running on, because this will spin up an actual Docker container. Okay, so we've hit my breakpoint here. And notice test containers. Here's my test containers. But you might notice it's created 2 of them. And we only asked it for the Postgres one, right? So, but we also got this other thing, this reute container. So what's that about? And before I explain that, I'll just let the test finish to show it passes, I suppose. Except when it doesn't pass. Oh, it did pass. I was looking at my previous runs were failures, which these should be failures. We'll get to that in a second. But my get book test passed. So what was with that reute container? Well, every time you run test containers, it will spin up implicitly this thing called the reute container, which is what it calls the resource reaper container. And it's called that because it is in charge of making sure all the other test containers get spun down, and then it disposes of itself. So if you're wondering, yes, it is named after the Death Note reute because it's the resource reaper. And this is not a big deal. I just thought it was kind of cool. This is kind of funny. If we go to the GitHub source code for the reute container, the way it works is basically it keeps a dictionary of all the test containers that it needs to delete, and it calls that dictionary the Death Note. So that is not of any consequence. I just thought that was kind of cute. But anyway, the way this guy works is when you run your tests, it starts the reute container, and the reute container opens up a TCP connection to your .NET process. So when the tests finish and that .NET process closes, Ryuk, actually the first thing he does is he tries to reach back out. He says, did the connection actually get severed, or is there a network issue? If he doesn't get the TCP connection back in a few seconds, he says, all right, time to shut it down. And he closes all the other test containers. So the nice thing about this is, even if .NET process crashes, writer crashes, something happens and your .NET process doesn't actually get to shut down, it doesn't matter. The reute container will still lose its TCP connection, and so your containers will still get spun down. So this is a big part of that. Can we provide tooling that automates this boilerplate stuff we're doing? So they've included this in test containers, so you don't have to write this yourself. Cool. Now, next, let's look at the likebook tests. So there's only 2 tests in here. Also pretty simple. And they're kind of the inverse cases of each other. One says, when this book like record doesn't exist in the database yet, and then they try to like a book. Here.
Daniel, I think we lost your audio.
Am I back?
Yep, you're back now.
I saw my camera spinning. I don't know what happened there. Sorry.
Yep, no worries.
Okay, cool. So I don't know where I cut out, but there's 2 tests in here. They're pretty simple. One says if we have not liked this book yet, and we call the book like method, then there should be a book like record in the database afterwards. The other one is the opposite. It says if we've already liked this book, and then we call the book like method, then we shouldn't have 2 records. We should just still have 1, right? So let's run, instead of just running one of these, let's run both of these. Let's see what happens. The previous run is kind of giving it away here, but. Okay. So one of them passed, one of them failed, right? So the one that passed was the book-like exists in the database already. And the one that failed was it doesn't exist yet. Does anyone know why one of them passed and one of them didn't? And the reason is we had essentially we had state bleed between our tests. They're both hitting the same database. So this guy says when the book-like exists in the database already, so to achieve that state, he inserts a book-like first, right? And then he calls the method. So that passed. Well, and this guy said his state is the book-like shouldn't exist in the database yet, right? So the state from the test that ran first bled into the state for the second test. So now we have another problem, which is going to exist whether you have test containers or not. But this problem is, how do we manage states between test runs and when we're using a database? Because that database is acting as like a centralized data source, right? So basically, we probably want to reset our state back to some kind of baseline between test runs. The problem is we want to do that in a fast way. And messing with SQL and databases is kind of inherently not fast. So what can we do for that? And I could run these. I'll run these book review tests as well. But it's the exact same problem as the like book tests, where one of the states for one test bleeds into the other one and messes it up. So one of them passed and one of them failed. So to see that, let's go into our second integration test project here. Okay. And we're not going to change anything actually with test containers in this. We're going to introduce another library, and that's called Respawn. Respawn was written by Jimmy Bogard, who's the same guy who wrote AutoMapper and Mediator, if you're familiar with those. And I didn't see this anywhere in the README for Respawn, but I suspect it was made specifically to work with test containers. I don't know if there's anything that couples it to that, but it seems like they're kind of made for each other. So Respawner, the only job Respawner has is to reset a database back to a clean slate by deleting rows. That's the only thing this library does. So this is pretty simple as well. I create a respawner. I define my respawner up here, and I create it. Same thing in my initialize async for my integration test factory, which is the same spot I'm starting my container, right? And I create it with this respawner.createAsync method. I need to have the container connection string by this point, so I have that. I tell it I'm using Postgres. There's a few options here. There might be other ways to put options that you don't see here into this, but I usually use Postgres, so I just haven't worried about that. And then you give it the schemas to include. These are the schemas it will delete. In our case, we only have one schema. It's called public, so we just give it that. You can also give it schemas to exclude, tables to ignore, things like that. And really the nitty gritty of how this works is not important, but in the README, he says, for speed, for performance reasons, I don't use truncates. It uses foreign keys to create this like dependency graph of your database, and it uses deletes on all your tables because apparently deletes are faster. So that's already beyond my my realm of knowledge, but the proof is in the pudding. I suppose we'll see this running in our tests and how long it takes. So to actually use this in our tests, I now have this public method on our integration test factory called reset database. And all he does is called respawner.resetAsync. And that's what tells Respawner, hey, go out and delete stuff. All right. So now let's look at our likebook tests. And which is now inheriting from iasync lifetime. So I get this dispose async method where I call reset database, right? So this means after every single test run, it's going to wipe out what I have in my database. And you could combine this with a common set of records that you seed your database with, or maybe each test seeds it with its own unique records. I think that'd be fine because from my own testing, this does still seem to be quite performant. So these are the same tests I didn't change anything in them. They just have the respawn or reset async in them, reset database in it now. So let's just run the whole class again. They passed. I will say, from running test containers myself, depending on your machine and how much stuff you have running on it, which I've got quite a lot on it right now because I'm sharing in PowerPoint and Fraiteur and all that, there seems to be like 3 to 5 second overhead for test containers, something like that. So, okay. I also want to point out, so these work now because of respawner. Let's run the entire integration test 2 test suite, not just the class. Actually, let's put a breakpoint so we can see. We don't need the breakpoint. We can see it still. And let's just open up Docker here. So here's Ryuk. And you can see it's created 3 Postgres containers, right? And this will make sense if you know how XUnit works. I just wanted to say this explicitly because I think it's an important point. He'll close himself down. He usually just takes several seconds. There he goes. Waiting for that connection, right? Actually, that wouldn't be waiting for the connection because he already closed all the other containers down. I suppose he just takes a few seconds. So the reason it created 3 Postgres containers, this is more of a XUnit thing than a test containers thing, but still noteworthy, is because I'm using class fixtures with Integration Test Factory. So this means I get 1 Integration Test Factory created for every class fixture I have. And this is better than the default behavior, which is it would create a test container for every single test that I have, right? I have 3 class fixtures because each one of these is its own class fixture, right? So each one of these is using its own separate Postgres database. Now, that may not be what you want for your use case. It just depends on what you're doing, right? You may decide to split it up for performance reasons. You may decide to split it up for table conflict reasons. I don't know. But you have options there, right? And your third option is XUnit's database, not database, collection fixture. So this is kind of a step up from class fixtures. Class fixtures says 1 for the whole class. Well, collections, you just slap on any class you want, and classes can share the same collection. And then you'll have 1 container for that whole collection. So you may decide that makes sense for you. You may say, well, my tests run faster if they're in 3 containers instead of 1, right? And I don't mind the resources that takes up. But that is, that just pointed out, it should be a conscious decision on your part, right? To be aware of that. So this third project here, I kind of showed one of these files already. This third project doesn't change a whole lot, but I did 2 main things. One, I cleaned things up a little bit. So what I think is more good practice that I like to see in integration tests. So one of those is this abstract database test class that has stuff that probably all or most of my database tests are going to need. So they're all going to need the DB context. They're all going to need the reset database method, the HTTP client. And then I added some helper methods in here for them to call to insert stuff into the database. And now all my tests inherit from that database test instead, right? So that's one thing. The other thing is I kind of wanted to show the performance of test containers and respawn. So I did something very technical and copied and pasted the same couple tests over and over and over and over in these 2 files. Okay. So I think there's like 52 tests in each file or something, just to show how they run. And in this second lots of tests, I'm also testing respawner. So I'm telling it to, in this case, insert 100 books into the database and delete them between every single test run. Okay. And see how that runs. We could probably even bump that up. But let's run first. Let's just run this lots of tests 1 first and see what happens here. Let's close these 2 up. And nothing in these should fail. I just am mostly interested in how long it takes, right? So this says a little over a second. This whole thing says a little over 4 seconds. That's probably because of the overhead. Actually, I believe this is cumulative. It's adding these up. So it's just a little over a second for those, about 52 tests, standing up test containers. Maybe your writer's warm now, or Testcontainers is warm now. I don't know. It's starting up pretty fast. Let's run lots of tests. You know what? Let's bump this up to 1,000. So we're inserting 1,000 books and deleting those between every single test. And let's see how long that takes. And I will, sort of spoiler, I ran this myself on my desktop with 10,000. Obviously, this is while I was not, sharing my screen. I had more resources on my computer, and it took about a minute. I think it was 1 minute and 7 seconds. So that's inserting and then deleting 10,000 rows between each test. And you can see for 1,000, it was about 8.5 seconds. Now, even with that, I would say if you're having to insert and delete 1,000 rows between each test, maybe performant. Maybe that means you might want to rethink your test suite structure a little bit, split those out potentially. But, just to show this can handle it. Also, admittedly, this is a pretty simple insert and delete. It's just one table. But I think with 10,000 rows, 1 minute and 7 seconds, that's pretty good. So let's run the whole suite, number 3 suite. Pull up the, sort of see them both here. Pull up our Docker desktop window. And you can see we only have 2 Postgres SQL containers. And that's because I've created 2 of these collections, these Xfixture collections. One is database test collection. I think it is called the other one database test collection 2. Yeah. And all of my classes I have tagged with one of those. So there's only 2 collections in my whole test suite in this third project. Therefore, I only get 2 Postgres SQL containers. So maybe that's more applicable to your use case. It just depends. Again, good to be aware of. So I believe that concludes the coding demo. We can go back to a few more slides on the PowerPoint and then take questions. So honorable mentions, there's only 2 things on here. These are things that I was like, it didn't make it to the demo because maybe it's not fully fleshed out yet, but I thought it was worth mentioning. One is this thing called a resource reuse. It's also sometimes called reusable containers. And the way you enable this is just, I'll go back into my writer here. In your Testcontainers builder, you just say with reuse true. That's it. And if this is true, which is false by default, it will look at the configuration you have for this container, make a hash from that configuration, and then it won't spin down the container when your tests finish. And instead, whenever you try to create a new container here, it will look for that hash first. And if it's the same hash, it just refers to that existing container. So I have not had a use case where I don't want, I'm fine with spinning down my containers between tests and then between test suite runs and then putting them back up. But, if you have a use case where for whatever reason you want to keep those containers around, that's available. Now, this is a beta feature still. It's experimental. I think in the docs, it says it doesn't get 100% of the config options into the hash, but it is out there to try out. And the other thing is Podman. So maybe about a year ago, Docker made some pricing changes that were, let's say, a big change for a lot of enterprises. So I think when that happened, there was a bigger push to go to Podman, which is just a free version of the Docker API, basically. And in theory, Testcontainers is not coupled to Docker. It works with any Docker-compatible API, which Podman is. In practice, every language version of Testcontainers has different maintainers. So the people who do the .NET Testcontainers are not the same people who do the Java ones and the Go ones and etc. So, for instance, I know that Go does have full official support for Podman, but .NET doesn't. But I've also looked around online a little bit and seen a couple of people say, I've used it with WSL instead of an environment variable, and it worked just fine. So I can't vouch for that personally, so I won't say it works. But I think that option is out there if you want to look into that book round. And I like to recap stuff very briefly in bullet points at the end of my talk, because sometimes I leave a talk and all that information leaves my brain too. So we went over those 4 traditional options that you usually see, I think, for integration testing with the database, right? The in-memory provider, the SQLite provider, a real test database somewhere, and then using Docker containers. We went over what Testcontainers is and the benefits it has over those other 4 options. We had all the stuff in the coding demo. We saw how Testcontainers works, how you create it and spin it down, get the connection string, how your tests, how running your tests will spin up the reute container and your the actual containers you asked for. We saw how Respawner worked, and we saw kind of some performance testing with Testcontainers and Respawn. And as a side note, I would not in general, I don't think Testcontainers is a load testing tool. I think that should be done on your actual servers, right? All we really care about is if our tests run fast. It's not really a good test for if our actual app will run fast, in my opinion, right? I think that should be done on your actual, the actual app. Like I said, we saw Respawn, the library from Jimmy Bogard, that will quickly reset our databases for us. And that's it. So like I said, here's that QR code again for my blog post that will be up right after this. That has these slides in the GitHub repo I used on this. And there is a link to my blog, daninacam.com. And again, hit me up on the socials. Would love to see some of y'all. And I think I might actually be a little early even, but I'm happy to take questions. So.
All right. There are several questions. So
Yeah.
Rachel, ask the first question. You go ahead.
Okay, I'll start with the beginning. And because Khalid also noticed this, I could see the light bulb going off. Like when you said, if you use a different SQL engine, you're testing a different system. I feel like you say this and it seems obvious once it's come out of your mouth, but it's not. It's really, a lot of people don't seem to actually get that. They go, well, we have Postgres here in production and I'll just test against SQLite or something else. It's not the same because of those little database quirks and stuff, right? And more, right?
Yeah, and I totally agree with you, because SQLite is what I used for I don't know how many years, because that was just the best option that I knew about, right? And maybe at the time Testcontainers wasn't available in .NET for all I know, but I think it was just the best bang for my buck, maybe. Like there was no easy way to get Postgres or whatever SQL Server, whatever you're using, running in your tests, like to spin that up and down quickly every time, that I knew about at least.
Yeah, and you kind of hinted at it, like you start to get these false positives, right? You get this false sense of security and confidence. It's like, hey, we tested this, goes into production. Maybe the SQL syntax changes, maybe features change, maybe implementations change. You just don't have a good sense. So, Daniel, just to kind of tell you, we did run a poll.
Okay.
Which method have you used most in the past, tests involving databases? So the options that we gave our chat: real databases, in-memory provider, Docker container, and your beloved SQLite provider. I'm just joking with you.
Did that one win?
No, actually it didn't. So real databases come in at 36%. So it seems like folks kind of understand this.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Coming in
production.
Yeah, hopefully not in production. Do not test in production, people. Second place is in-memory provider. So maybe, I think that really comes from the fact of like, maybe people want tests to be fast, but fast and wrong isn't really a good option. So
you're
I
just
think
wrong
too,
faster.
you said like when your tests fail and you lose confidence, that's maybe the worst thing about it, is that once that happens to you once, at least for me, I was like, well, now I don't know if any of my tests are working really. Like they could be false positives now. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just kind of the worst place to be, right? So Docker containers comes in at third place at 24%. So it seems like a good portion of our audience is already kind of on this.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's really good. Like it's on this train of like Docker's there. It's very useful, and it kind of gets me the dependencies that I want. So that's good. And then you're going to break the heart of this other 11%, but SQLite provider users. But who knows? Maybe they're shipping SQLite to production. Maybe they're shipping it to production. Who knows?
I was going to say, this is all kind of assuming you're not using SQLite for your real data. Maybe you are,
Yeah, it's totally.
It's out
I've
there.
heard of that. I haven't done
It's
that,
out there.
but I'm sure there's use cases.
There's SQL Express out in production. There's going to be SQLite in production.
Yeah.
Well, I think SQLite has 3 terabyte limit, so you can have a 3 terabyte file of like a SQLite file.
Oh,
so
interesting. Okay.
yeah, it's
And I
kinda-
believe there is actually a SQLite module for test containers anyway.
Yeah.
And that reminds me, I was just going to show this page. Here's the .NET modules on their website, just to show you. These are the ones that are already out there.
Mhm.
So quite a few, and
This
definitely not
segues
all databases.
Into the next question, which is if you've considered building your own container images to speed up test performance, or are you just using off the
I'm
shelf?
definitely just using test containers. Writing Docker files for me kind of falls into the same place as writing regex, which is that I have to learn how it works every single time I use it, like look up docs every time. So
Not just me.
the,
I was going to ask
the less
actually
I have to do that,
about
the better I am. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the value of Docker, but actually sitting down to try to do anything with it is just a giant fight, right? And then you don't do it unless you're in DevOps or something, obviously.
And I'm sure there's some people who do write them a lot, and they're really good
Not
at it.
me.
And maybe they're the people who have wrote these modules,
Right,
so
right.
better them than me.
Well, the interesting thing about that question, when you were running that test where you were inserting and deleting all those records, I imagine if folks have really large schemas with a lot of lookup tables and a lot of kind of static data, let's say you have like zip code information or addresses or something like that doesn't change, it's read only. I could see building a container that specifically has databases that are preloaded with that information. That could definitely speed up your tests, so you don't have to worry about kind of rebuilding those databases over and over again. So,
And if it's possible, you can tell responder to ignore those tables, right? If you're not doing
very
anything
true,
else
very
with it.
true.
Yeah.
You did hint at that reuse functionality. So if building and tearing down those containers is kind of your bottleneck, maybe consider that as well. So that was kind of cool. Rachel, any other questions?
Yeah, another good segue from there, since you brought up respawning. One of the questions was, why is it better to use respawner than a single container for each test?
Sorry, what was than a single what?
Why is it better to use a respawner than a single container for each test? Although single container for each test seems like a bit, but why better
you
a
can
respawner
use a
than
single container for each test. You can do that. I don't know how far you'll get with that before your computer shuts down, but you can. Maybe they're super light and it works, but. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question that's kind of related to that. You were running your tests with Respawn, and does that exclude the ability to essentially run your tests in parallel, or is that something you kind of have to think about before you kind of write your tests?
I'd say in general, you can still run them in parallel, but it's still something to think about, like how you've structured your XUnit collections with how many containers you're making. Like maybe with Respawner, you could run everything in parallel because you're wiping it out. But maybe if you split it out into 3 containers instead, you wouldn't have to wipe it out anymore because the tables are separated. You can also get dirty with that really fast and how your test suite is structured. But
Well, let me ask you something personally, like for you and your team, like who's responsible kind of for maintaining the health of your test suite? Because, you could easily get out of control where you're generating a bunch of containers for each specific test, but how often do you and your team go in, reevaluate our tests running fast enough? Do we need to kind of change anything? Like what kind of advice can you give our audience?
I would say in general, like I'm coaching a lot of teams right now and not doing dev work with them, but in general, especially when I'm coding with them, everybody is responsible for the test suite. If a change gets into main, that's everybody's responsibility. If we had PRs, what we said as a team norm was that the person who approved it was just as responsible as the person who wrote it. And that usually gets people pretty quick. But the test suite is the whole team should own that. And in terms of speed, I think that's a hard question to give a number to, like when are the tests running too slow? But I would say in general, if my test suite is taking longer than 15 minutes, I'm going to poke around and look at stuff. Because at that point, I feel like if you've heard long enough for me to get up and go get a cup of coffee, but short enough to be done by the time I get back. So if it takes longer than that, like I get taken out of it. Like my brain starts doing other things. But I also don't expect it to be immediate either. So.
Yeah, I think that's a good rule of thumb. It's like, I guess you're saying like a good enough feedback loop where you can kind of submit work, see it, provide value, and then you can kind of interact on it. So like, I know a lot of folks probably do some of their major testing overnight, and those feedback loops can kind of feel a little slow. So finding and fine tuning that time is pretty valuable. So here's another question for you. Is there a specific cost to using test containers? So you talked about the money factor earlier. Does test containers cost anything? What should folks think about when adopting test containers?
That's a good question, because I don't think I said it. Test containers is open source, free. Docker is very much not free, obviously, which is I made the Podman point.
Yep.
So I would like in a future version of this to be able to show Podman stuff, but like I said, it's not like the .NET version of test containers does not have official support for Podman right now. That would be the biggest cost, in my opinion. I think your cost goes down by using test containers, if anything. I don't think there's really much overhead, and they're saying the library. It's pretty quick. I think it would mainly be the other tooling cost that it uses.
Yeah, and the follow-up to that was, how hard is it to set up locally? I think it's just install Docker for desktop.
You got to have Docker installed. Yep. And running, installed and running.
Yep. I always shut down my Docker daemon, and I'm like, why isn't this working anymore? And then I realized, I turned this off.
It all the time.
Rachel, there's one more question in chat, and then I guess we could wrap up. But do you want to go ahead and ask it, or?
Did we ask what unit testing framework is best suited?
I guess Daniel likes XUnit, but do you find test containers works with any unit testing framework?
Right, it should work with any of them, right?
Yeah, XUnit is what I'm most familiar with and what I was able to talk best about, so I use that, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
The only other thing I think we didn't ask is, somebody asked if we can use test containers plus respawn with raw SQL.
With what? Sorry?
Raw SQL. So I guess just SQL.
I mean,
right?
As long as you're getting stuff, as long as your code is interacting with the database. I mean, test containers doesn't care how it got there; it's just putting the database out there. So you can use EF Core, Dapper, raw SQL, ADO.NET, whatever.
Yep. We do have one more question that came in. You kind of hinted at this, but like, how do test containers integrate with build pipelines? So whether you're using GitHub Actions, TeamCity, or some other CI/CD solution.
I think the only big difference with that would be that this, again, you need Docker running in whatever is running the tests. So that's true for the pipeline as well.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure GitHub Actions VMs have Docker enabled by default. So
I think they do.
Yep. So on that note, I think we're out of questions. Daniel, this was an awesome talk. I loved it.
I do want to say one thing,
yeah,
which is that last year after my X unit presentation, I saw Cal admit a blog post about test containers shortly after that. So I just want to say I accept royalties.
All right. I'll send you the check.
I'm not making any accusations, but
one more thing. Daniel has to, go and do that. You get a test container and you get a test container.
Yeah. I should have stickers here. I can just throw them.
I will say you did inspire me, Daniel. So it's a good eye that you caught that. And I
actually thought your post was much more in depth than what I talked about. So
no.
I learned stuff from your post. So.
Come on, Daniel. You inspired me to write it. So I give you 100% of the credit. I'll be sending you all the royalties that I get from writing blog posts here at JetBrains, which is $0.
Glad to hear. Okay, cool.
But on that note, thank you. We'd love to have you back. This was a great talk, and we'll catch you next time. So
cool. Thanks for having me here.
Yep. All right, Rachel. I guess it's time to wrap it up.
It went by so quickly. So much good stuff.
Yeah. I'm really hoping folks, like I was inspired last year. Folks are inspired.
Every year there's something that comes out of this to get excited about. Something nice with technology or something great that folks are doing, the speakers are doing like this. So definitely.
Yeah, very much so. So this is only day one.
Yeah.
So if folks liked today, be sure to like and subscribe to JetBrains TV on YouTube, and hit that notification bell so that you're kind of in tune for the next day. So tomorrow we're doing a lot more talks. Topics include distributed programming, things like Aspire, messaging, orchestration, just a lot of good stuff there. So if you're thinking about kind of breaking up your monolith or anything like that, tomorrow might be a good day for you, but it's going to be a good day for everybody.
Good day for everyone. We'll both be back. I don't know. I don't remember if we're on at the same time or not, but we'll both be back at some point tomorrow. So.
Yep. So again, thank you, chat, for joining us today. We love the chat and the conversation that happened there, and we'd love to see you back tomorrow. So on that note, Rachel, let's wind it out. Let's say goodbye, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Bye.